Testing? There we go. So that's embarrassing. Let's do the intro over again. Take 2. Yes, thank you. I just realized that. Welcome everybody, welcome back to my YouTube and Twitch channel. My name is Kris, this is Wizard Way, and boop-a-doo-doo! It is Silmarillion Saturday. We've missed 3 months, almost, of Silmarillion Saturday. As you can see from the background behind me, I am now settled in my new place, so the move is complete, which means we can start reading the Silmarillion again. Perfect timing too, because with the drop of all the information for Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, we have a bunch of teaser images, and if you saw my video over on TikTok, you know that I went bananas over all of those images. There were 32 of them. So, not 32, 23. Again, strike that. Reverse it. A little bit of brain fog this morning. But because there were so many details in all of those, people were like, oh my god, where do you know these things from? And short answer, from here, from the Silmarillion. So, we will be covering chapters 14, no. We did 14 last time, 15 and 16 today. 15 is of the Noldor in Beleriand, and 16 is of Maeglin. Maeglin is a very, very interesting story. I'm gonna turn down Amethystium a little bit. Yoink. There we go. I think that's a little more reasonable. Good afternoon! Hello, everybody! I finally have the setup. I have the setup now. So, what I did is, there we go. I changed my OBS around and I brought up a different website, so now I can see all the chat everywhere. I swear I'm getting better at this. Since I'm using Restream to stream in both places at the same time. But welcome Sailor Jupiter, welcome Nom Nom. Marin Donahue, Delta, hello! Thanks, guys. So, yes, we will be starting chapters 15 and 16. Just as a quick review, the last chapter that we covered was really geography. More than anything, it was just a ton of geography. So I do have a map of Beleriand here. I also, actually, have a map of Beleriand, but it's broken down. Gosh, do I not? I might not have it with me at the moment. I do have another map of Beleriand that has the areas broken down with lettering for who is in charge of that area. Like, obviously, King Thingol is the king in Doriath, but it has all the other little areas that are, you know, overseen by the Sons of Feanor or the Sons of Fingolfin. So we have a lot of information from the last stream that if some of the names of places that I say in this stream don't make sense, please check out chapter 14's stream. I'm going to be making sure that all of those are available on YouTube, but for now they are definitely all available on my Twitch channel. Like 99% sure. If I'm wrong, I will eat my words, and apologies. Crossing your fingers for good writing in the Rings of Power. Same. I mean, that's all we can really hope for, right? I say the Rings of Power, like, I'm cautiously optimistic. At the very least, it's going to be pretty. And I mean, I can enjoy things for what they are. I do that with the Hobbit movies. Hobbit movies are hot garbage, but they are still pretty to look at. And, you know, I don't begrudge anybody having fun with whatever movies they like. So same thing with The Hobbit. Being way into Tolkien lore means it's a little harder for me to disconnect when they make just a ton of decisions. But when they make those decisions, I just tend to let it go. I get angry for half a second and then I let it go. So I really do hope that we get some amazing, amazing work out of Amazon Prime for the Rings of Power. Fingers are definitely crossed for that. Oh yeah, the new costumes are... New costumes are lovely. Okay. So, let's take a quick look. I want to switch up my camera so you guys can see my overhead bit with the map, so we can just go over a couple of the areas again. Any of the main places that are going to play into things today, we will try and cover on the map, and then we'll catch up on illustrations that we did last week, because that's the fun part. Again, if you're on TikTok, please head over to my YouTube channel. That's where you'll be able to see all the illustrations. You'll be able to hear voice effects that I do for different characters. Please, come on over. This is a better experience, I promise. But we'll take a look at the illustrations, and then we will get started with the reading. There's quite a lot of reading to do today. Chapter 15 is pretty short, but Chapter 16, the one about Maeglin, that one's gonna take a while. It's a much more involved chapter. But we will be learning a little bit about Eol, the Dark Elf, who lives in Nan Elmoth, which is part of a forest that's like off the side of Doriath. Doriath being the big woodland realm where the Sindar live in Beleriand, run by King Thingol, who is a piece of work, but he's a prominent player within the plot of the Silmarillion. My YouTube channel is Wizardway Kris. Same as this. Like, seriously, you can search for me there, or link is in my bio. So if you press the button, I think it's up here for you guys on TikTok. If you press the button, that should take you to my profile, and then I have a link tree, and there's a YouTube link. Yeah. I want you guys to come over. I try and make it as easy as possible. I need to make a background for behind me when I'm doing these streams that has the YouTube link on it. That way you'll be able to easily find me. I wish you could do an interactive thing on TikTok where you could tap the link that's on the screen with me and it would automatically take you where I want you to go. But that's against TikTok's self-interest. They're not gonna, like, willingly send people away from their app, so, you know, pipe dream. Yeah, Thingol is the OG husband who does not listen to his wife. Facts. Absolute facts. And we're gonna see that. I think we see part of that today. He never listens to Melian. She's like, dude, I'm literally a goddess. I am literally a goddess, and you're not listening to me. I'm getting what I deserve. I'm reaping what I sow. I think that's from the movie Liar, Liar. Oh, hi. I'm like, wait, I have a sound effect for that.
Hi, guys.
Hopefully you guys could hear that. If you couldn't, please let me know. Because I just got my sound effects and stuff working again, so I'm very excited. All right, let's switch scenes really quickly, and we'll take a look at the map. Oh, yoink. Zoom out a little bit. There we go. All right, so here is your basic map of Beleriand. So hopefully you guys can see this a bit. Hi, guys. Hey, thank you for switching over to YouTube. Definitely the best experience. Though I think YouTube has a little bit more of a delay than Twitch does, but still, better experience. Alrighty, so this is your basic map of Beleriand. I'll zoom in a bit. So upper corner here we have Heathlum. Lamoth and the Firth of Drengist here is where the Noldor initially came back into Beleriand. So there's that. Lamoth means Echo, I believe. This is like the Vale of Echoes, Ered Lomin and Lamoth. You can see Lomin, Lamoth, relatively similar. All of the mountains against the sea here, they make a lot of sound. So at one point, Melkor and Sauron try to bring an army around like this upper corner of the continent and just utterly fail. Like, they utterly fail. And the reason being, everyone can hear the army coming miles and miles away. So that's one area. Heathlum, mostly run by Fingon, if I'm remembering correctly. Like, it was Fingolfin at first. Fingolfin, when he passes, we end up with Fingon. Dorlomin was run by Turgon for a long time. Eventually that changes, because Turgon, and I believe we already covered this, Turgon gets a message from Ulmo, who's the god of the ocean. And following this vision message that he gets from the gods, he goes in search of a place to build a secret realm. And when he does that, he ends up going from Dorlomin here over to the mountains here. These are called the Chrysaegrim. The Chrysaegrim are these really pointy, tall mountains. Think like the mountains in Nepal. These are the tall ones. So very difficult to traverse unaided, and there is a labyrinth of caverns underneath these mountains, and through that labyrinth, Turgon finds this, big field with a hill, and he's like, oh my gosh, it reminds me of home, it reminds me of Tirion on Tuna back in Valinor. So he builds his realm there, and names it Gondolin. We will be revisiting the concept of Gondolin today when we talk about Maeglin. So, that's an important place to pay attention to, is Gondolin in the mountains here. Another place to pay attention to is Doriath. So Doriath is where King Thingol is. The Escalduin running through the center of it here separates Neldoreth and Region. Not super important yet, but when we get to Beren and Luthien, you're going to get a lot of these names popping up. The Forest of Brethiel, Neldoreth, Region, all of these things are going to be popping up when we hit Beren and Luthien. So, just a heads up. Doriath, huge player. Huge player. We will also be talking a little bit about Nandungortheb. Or Dungortheb. I've been saying that wrong. Of course, now I remember. Now I remember my pronunciation rules. It should be Nandungortheb. So, Dungortheb. This is a really poisonous place to be because of Ungoliant. So, Ungoliant was the giant spider that destroyed the two trees of Valinor. When she came over into Beleriand, she got really, really big, and there was kind of this struggle between her and Melkor. But all of her little bebes, just, poisonous spider spirits, ended up in Taur Nuhuin. Huin meaning shadow. So Taur is forest, Nu is under, Huin shadow. So forest under shadow. It's not a happy place. But this area here, all of Taur Nuhuin, is raised. It's almost like a really extended plateau. And then on the edge here are just these cliff-like mountains. So that's Ered Gorgoroth. That's the name of the actual mountain, so you can see it right here. And then Nandungortheb is going to be the space between the mountains and Doriath. There is a road. You can kind of see the tiny little dotted line here. I'll zoom in again. Yoink. You can see there is a dotted line here. So there is a trade route / road here. There's a trail. But it's not safe, shall we say. Very unsafe area of Middle-earth. You have fumes that come down from the mountains, and they're very noxious. You have the threat of goblins or spiders coming down from Ered Gogoroth. And then you have the Girdle of Melian. And the Girdle of Melian protects the bulk of Doriath. Melian being the Maya, she's like a lesser goddess. So she has a magical ring around Doriath to protect it. So anybody traveling between Ered Gogoroth and the Forest of Neldoreth, they don't really have many options. And we'll see this come into play when we hit Maeglin's story. Maeglin's story will also involve Nan Elmoth. This is where Eol the Dark lives. So I think that's about as much as you really need to know. We do have the March of Maedhros up here. Basically, Maedhros and several of the Sons of Feanor wander around this area to protect it from any dark forces that might be trying to come from the Anfauglith or Ardgallen, which is like this really big field after the Battle of Sudden Flame, or the Dagor Bragolach. That field is set on fire, and so after that, it takes a while to recover. But north of all of this is just Thangorodrim. It's Angband, which is the dark fortress of Melkor. So any forces coming from the mountains here would have to pass through the March of Maedhros in order to come down into Beleriand. The only other way down would be going through the Fen of Serch here and through this pass in the mountains. But that is protected by Tolsirion, and on Tolsirion there is a tower, the original Minas Tirith. The original Minas Tirith. So there's a watchtower here, and that's a much smaller space to try and squeeze an army through. So typically, Morgoth would want to send his army through the March of Maedhros, but the Sons of Feanor are pretty fierce, so they try to keep that from happening. But you have Maedhros, Maglor tends to be on Himring, Caranthir is in this area here, and, around Lake Heliborn and such. And then I believe you have Amrod and Amras are in, like, this eastern Beleriand area, and Celegorm and Curufin, for a while, are in this sort of Thargalian area. So you got a lot of the Sons of Feanor here, for the time being. Eventually, Celegorm and Curufin end up all the way over in Nargothrond. So, again, we'll hit that with Beren and Luthien's story. So that at least gets you guys caught up, refamiliarized with the map. All good things. So let's bring over the book now, and we'll see what we need to catch up on for illustrations. So in case anyone is curious, this is, I believe, the 2020 or the 2021 publication. 2021. So this was the 2021 publication, the illustrated version of the Silmarillion. This is the deluxe edition. Ooh, sparkle.
This bitch is deluxe. Deluxe. Okay.
Alright. I think I just put the wrong mic on. I probably did. There we go. That's better. Alright. So taking a look at the illustrations, these are gorgeous illustrations by Ted Nasmith, but let's get closer to where we are. Alright, so we're going to be starting on chapter 15, but let's take a look back at chapter 14. So this is of Beleriand and its realms. This is why we were just doing a bunch of geography last time around. I think I did an okay job of explaining this map. This is the one that shows where everyone is. So we saw the March of Maedhros, so we have Maedhros and Maglor here. Karan Theater's over here, in the Thargallion area. Kelagorm and Curufin are close to Nan Elmoth. They deal with Eol a little bit. But then you have, Thingol and Melian. This is where the Forest of Doriath is. So, hopefully these maps make sense. Tolkien tries, but it's a lot of name-dropping, and if you don't speak Elvish, it's much more difficult to understand. Because I've learned so many bits and pieces of Elvish over the years, the names all make sense to me. So here is one of the illustrations. Really, really pretty. I believe this is the lower portion of the Sirion, the big river that runs through Beleriand. Because when I know where this is. Okay, bring up the map again. Okay, so the Sirion River is this big river. It starts way up in the mountains, goes through that pass where Tol Sirion is, right? Tol Sirion. Island Sirion is the river, so that makes sense. But then it goes down through Doriath. You have this area where it fans out, and you get some fens, and then it goes underground for a while, and spews out the other side of these mountains. So there's a series of caves and tunnels here, where the river actually goes underground for a while. And then it comes out the other side. And that's called the Gates of Sirion. So that is what we're looking at here, is the Gates of Sirion. Where that river comes right out of the mountainside. Amrod and Amras dead in Losgard. There are a couple different versions of the fate of the younger twins that are the sons of Feanor. So, in one version, one of the twins, I believe it is Amras, the youngest, is on the ships at Losgard, which is when the Noldor first come into Beleriand. When Feanor comes with the ships, he's like, burn the ships! Like, we're not gonna let anybody else cross. Because I'm a jerk. Maedhros isn't too happy about that, because his best friend is Fingon, and Fingon's still over on the other shores. But one of the stories is that Amras was still asleep on one of the ships, and he gets burned alive. So one of the two twins is dead, in one version. In another version, they're just always mentioned together, and so in that version, he's still alive, and he passes later on, along with Amras, along with Amrod. So, yeah, there are two different versions of what happens with the twins. They don't play in too prominently, unfortunately. We don't get a lot of information about them. Hopefully that answers your question, though. And please, anybody who's over on TikTok, please head, link in my bio to my YouTube channel so you can hear when I do funny voice sound effects and such. That's the fun part. Alright, so let's see what we've got for other illustrations, or if it was just the one. It was just the one. Okay. So that brings us current to where we're at. I'm gonna switch things up and start the reading, shall we? Okay. So I shall endeavor to make sure I use my voice filters for the various characters. I do try, I promise. We'll switch up the voice filters a little bit, but whenever I do, the voices for the Valar, or the voices for, well, Feanor's no longer in the story, really, so we can move on. We can move on from Feanor into using the voice filter for Thingol. Alright, so Chapter 15 of the Noldor in Beleriand, It has been told how, by the guidance of Ulmo, Turgon of Nevrast discovered the hidden vale of Tumladen, and that, as was after known, lay east of the upper waters of Sirion, in a ring of mountains tall and sheer, and no living thing came there save the eagles of Thorondor. So this is reminding you that Gondolin is a thing. But there was a deep way under the mountains, delved in the darkness of the world by waters that flowed out to join the streams of Sirion. And this way Turgon found, and so came to the green... And this way Turgon found, and so came to the green plain amid the mountains, and saw the island hill that stood there of hard, smooth stone. For the vale had been a great lake in ancient days. Then Turgon knew that he had found the place of his desire, and he resolved to build there a fair city, a memorial of Tirion upon Tuna. But he returned to Nevrast, and remained there in peace, though he pondered ever in his thought how he should accomplish his design. Now after the Dagor Aglareb, that is, the glorious battle, after the Dagor Aglareb, the unquiet that Ulmo set in his heart returned to him, and he summoned many of the hardiest and most skilled of his people, and led them secretly to the hidden vale, and there they began the building of the city that Turgon had devised. And they set a watch all about it, that none might come upon their work from without, and the power of Ulmo that ran in Sirion protected them. But Turgon dwelt still, for the most part, in Nevrast, until it came to pass that at last the city was full wrought, after 52 years of secret toil. It is said that Turgon appointed its name to be Ondolinde, in the speech of the elves of Valinor, aka Quenya. And that means the rock of the music of water. Ondo is rock, Linde is music. So, the rock of the music of water. For there were fountains upon the hill, but in the Sindarin tongue the name was changed, and it became Gondolin, the hidden rock. Down on Hidden Rock. Sorry. I made that joke ages ago, and it just stuck with me. But Gondolin does in fact mean hidden rock. Then Turgon prepared to depart from Nevrast and leave his halls in Vinyamar, beside the sea. And there Ulmo came to him once again and spoke with him. And he said,
Now thou shalt go at last to Gondolin, Turgon, and I will maintain my power in the Vale of Sirion, and in all the waters therein, so that none shall mark thy going, nor shall any find there the hidden entrance against thy will. Longest of all the realms of the Eldalir shall Gondolin stand against Melkor. But love not too well the work of thy hands, and the devices of thy heart. And remember that the true hope of the Noldor lieth in the west, and cometh from the sea.
And Ulmo warned Turgon that he also lay under the doom of Mandos, which Ulmo had no power to remove. Struggle busing this.
Thus it may come to pass,
he said,
that the curse of the Noldor shall find thee too, ere the end, and treason await within thy walls. Then they shall be in peril of fire. But if this peril draweth nigh indeed, then even from Nevrast one shall come to warn thee, and from him beyond ruin and fire hope shall be born for elves and men. Leave therefore in this house arms and Leave therefore in this house arms and a sword, that in years to come he may find them. and thus thou shalt know him, and not be deceived.
And Ulmo declared to Turgon of what kind and stature should be the helm and the mail and sword that be left behind. Then Ulmo returned to the sea, and Turgon sent forth all his people, even to a third of the part of the Noldor of Fingolfin's following. That's a lot of people. And yet a greater host of the Sindar. And they passed away, company by company, secretly under the shadows of Ered Wethrin. And they came unseen to Gondolin, and none knew whither they had gone. And last of all, Turgon arose, and went with his household silently through the hills, and past the gates in the mountains, and they were shut behind him. So. Hey there, Victoria, what is up? The golden scepter in the movie posters is Gondolin. It's the royal scepter of Turgon. That makes sense. That does make sense. That'll be fun to see. I don't know why that would escape the ruin of Gondolin, but I'll allow it. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, this is I love talking about Gondolin. Like, it's a tragic story, but it's a lot of fun. So at least we're getting the first hints of that, and we'll continue that, in the next chapter when we talk about Maeglin. Alright, so the doors were shut behind them. Through many long years, none passed inward thereafter, save Hurin and Huor only. And the host of Turgon came never forth again until the year of lamentation, after 350 years and more. But behind the circle of the mountains, the people of Turgon grew and throve, and they put forth their skill in labor unceasing, so that Gondolin upon Amon Gwareth became fair indeed and fit to compare even with elven Tirion beyond the sea. High and white were its walls, and smooth its stairs, and tall and strong was the tower of the king, which I suppose is on the hilt of that sword that we saw in the poster. It's really cool. It's a really cool pommel on that sword. Axe? Sword? Scepter? Scepter makes more sense because of the shape. That makes a lot more sense now. Alright. There shining fountains played, and in the courts of Turgon stood images of the trees of old, which Turgon himself wrought with elven craft. And the tree which he made of gold was named Glingal, and the tree whose flowers he made of silver was named Belthil. But fairer than all the wonders of Gondolin was Idriel, Turgon's daughter. She that was called Celebrindal, the Silverfoot, whose hair was the gold of Lorelin before the coming of Melkor. She blonde. She a blonde bombshell. Thus Turgon lived in bliss, but Nevrast was desolate, and remained empty of living folk until the ruin of Beleriand. So there's a pause here. So, a little bit of foreshadowing saying how hot Idriel is. Girl's on fire. This girl is on fire. Not literally. Let's continue, shall we? The person holding the scepter is Elrond. I assume you've been watching the live streams on YouTube, like Fellowship of Fans live streams. I never tune into them. I'm always busy whenever they go live. I have no way of knowing if what you're saying is true and actually confirmed, or if it's, I have a contact. But I'll take it with a grain of salt. Sure, that's completely possible. I wonder if those hands match any of the other hands in the other posters. Because there could be more than one poster of Elrond. Bum. Now I'm just messing with you. Now while the city of Gondolin was building in secret, Finrod Felagund wrought in the deep places of Nargothrond, but Galadriel, his sister, dwelt, as has been told, in Thingol's realm of Doriath, and at times Melian and Galadriel would speak together of Valinor and the bliss of old. But beyond the dark hour of the death of the trees, Galadriel would not go, but ever fell silent. And on a time Melian said,
"There is some woe that lies upon you and your kin, that I can see in you, but all else is hidden from me, for by no vision or thought can I perceive anything that is past or passes in the west. A shadow lies over all the land of Aman, and reaches far out over the sea. Why will you not tell me more?" "I believe not that the Noldor came forth as messengers of the Valar, as was said at first, not though they came in the very hour of our need. For they speak never of the Valar, nor have their high lords brought any message to Thingol, whether from Manwë or Ulmo, or even from Olwë, the king's brother, and his own folk that went over the sea. For what cause, Galadriel, were the high people of the Noldor driven forth as exiles from Aman? Or what evil lies on the sons of Feanor that they are so haughty and so fell? Do I not strike near the truth?" "Now much you tell me, and yet more I perceive. A darkness you would cast over the long road from Tirion, but I see evil there, which Thingol should learn for his guidance." "This is a great matter,"
she said.
"Greater indeed than the Noldor themselves understand, for the light of Aman and the fate of Arda lie locked now in these things, the works of Feanor, who is gone. They shall not be recovered, I foretell, by any power of the Eldar, and the world shall be broken in battles that are to come, ere they are wrested from Morgoth. See now, Feanor they have slain, and many another, as I guess. But first of all the deaths they have brought, and yet shall bring, was Finwë, your friend. Morgoth slew him, ere he fled from Aman."
Then Thingol was silent, being filled with grief and foreboding. But at length he said,
"Now at last I understand the coming of the Noldor out of the west, at which I wondered much before. Not to our aid did they come, save by chance. For those that remain in Middle-earth the Valar will leave to their own devices until the utmost need. For vengeance and redress of their loss the Noldor came. Yet all the more sure shall they be as allies against Morgoth, with whom it is not now to be thought that they shall ever make treaty."
But Melian said,
"Truly for those causes they came, but for others also. Beware the sons of Feanor. The shadow of the wrath of the Valar lies upon them, and they have done evil, I perceive, both in Aman and to their own kin. A grief but lulled to sleep lies between the princes of the Noldor.
And Thingol answered,
What is that to me? Of Feanor I have heard but report, which makes him great indeed. Of his sons I hear little to my pleasure, yet they are likely to prove the deadliest foes of our foe.
Their swords and their counsel shall have 2 edges,
said Melian. And afterwards they spoke no more of this matter. Oh, did the audio drop? If you can tell me which section of the audio dropped, I will go back and reread. Was it happening on and off the entire time? I do my best with these filters. Yeah, please let me know. Please let me know in the comments, because I'm happy to reread something. Totally shady. Absolutely. I agree. The normal audio dropped and Melian came back. Okay. Typically all I was saying was, she said. Just as a recap, and I can always redo this if I want. Gosh, now I'm curious. I have no idea which section between the Melian bits dropped. I'll try and be a bit more careful. But I hopefully got through this is a great matter, greater indeed than the Noldor themselves understand. So she basically has a chat with her husband after talking extensively with Galadriel. Pardon me. And Thingol basically brushes her off. Like he usually does, which is terrible, but it's totally his MO. He does this all the time. So it's after she says that that the first death that was brought was Finwë, Thingol's friend. Morgoth slew him ere he fled from Aman. And I'm assuming this is the bit that was then silenced. Then Thingol was silent, being filled with grief and foreboding, but at length he said, now at last I understand the coming of the Noldor out of the west. He's just like, it's, at least now I understand why they're here. Like, something happened, they got angry, they left. Okay. If they're trying to take vengeance upon Morgoth, that's just going to make them an even deadlier foe against Morgoth, so that makes them a great ally. Right? To which Melian is just like, these are the causes that they came for, yes, but I'm sensing that there's more going on here. Definitely beware the sons of Feanor. Oh, who would I cast? I'm a terrible person for casting. Number one, I remember faces but not names. So even if I could think of a person, I wouldn't be able to tell you who it is. I'm terrible at casting. Please don't ask me. I have a picture in my head. I have headcanon for what these characters look like, but it's not enough for me to actually find a person. That, and because the wonders of costuming and makeup, like, you can make a lot of people look really good as elves if you try. And I'd love to see them try on some interesting people. Draw you a picture? Oh, nah, girl. Nah. I mean, Turgon... I don't view Turgon as being quite as tall and fell as some of the others in his family. Fingon I view as being a little bit taller and broader than Turgon. Turgon strikes me, I mean, he's still a warrior, as many of the elves, especially the princes of the Eldalia, are. But Turgon strikes me as being slightly of darker skin. Because I always feel that there is a skin tone range for the elves. That I think there's a relative variance between skin tones. And I think Turgon, for whatever reason, strikes me as being more deeply colored, which is cool. I am spoiled a little bit because of the illustrations done by Jenny Dolphin. I have a ton of Jenny Dolphin's artwork. I have a lot of prints from Jenny Dolphin. The way that she personifies Fingon is having these really thick plaits in his hair, that his natural hair would be pretty curly. And so I think that sort of translates over to Turgon in my mind as well. A little bit darker, braids being pulled back from his face. I mean, hell, if they cast a black man with dreadlocks as Turgon, I wouldn't be disappointed by that. I would not be disappointed by that. I highly doubt that's what they'll do, but especially because his daughter is blonde, canonically blonde. So I would completely understand why they would not do that, because it wouldn't make too much sense. It wouldn't be the craziest thing they've ever done with elven hair colors and such. Tall, dark, and handsome. Something of a Mediterranean look. Yeah, see, that's kind of where I go. Bit of a darker skin tone, dark hair. But yes, I get a sort of Mediterranean vibe as well. Mediterranean or it's other side, but the Caribbean. I'd love to see some of that. That'd be great. Sassy like Lee Pace. I don't see him as sassy. I see Turgon as actually being relatively serious. I think Guy would know how to party. But he is, by his very nature, a cautious individual. There's a reason that he was searching for a safe space in Beleriand. So, secretive by nature, perhaps a little bit superstitious. That would make sense for him as well. Because he knows that no one is supposed to find them, and if anyone does find them and leaks the information to Morgoth, they're done for. So he knows this, and he's very protective of his realm. As any good king would be, but especially one that is, by its very nature, hidden. So I see him as being cautious and relatively quiet when it comes to official matters. He strikes me as someone who's a very good listener. But then if you get him in an informal setting, like, he'd totally know how to party. Because he remembers, the joy of Tyrion. And, this was his passion project, to make a realm that resembles his home back in Valinor. And you do have to think, I believe Turgon is the elf who lost his wife while crossing the Helcaraxe. So this is also a way that he's dealing with his grief. And just in my head, he strikes me as someone who's a relatively quiet and introspective person. But when someone brings him out of his shell, he would know how to party, for sure. Especially when you get, like, all the different, the leaders of the different houses of Gondolin. I think, like, all of them gather around campfires and just have a hell of a time. Is Turgon in the Second Age? No. Spoiler alert, Torgon falls during the fall of Gondolin. Getting into a cosplay while watching. Hey, it's such a vibe. Yeah, absolutely. Alright, so back to the story. Where am I streaming? I'm streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. YouTube is the better option of the two. If you'd like to support me, please subscribe. Twitch, I am not a part of the affiliate program, so there's no ads, which is nice. but that's the trade-off, is in order to stream on YouTube as well, I can't be a part of the Twitch affiliate program, so. Is sad, but I'm hoping they're going to really up the ante with the features for live streaming on YouTube. I have faith. Because Twitch has done absolutely nothing to try and innovate at all for the past, 3 years. So at least YouTube is trying. And their terms are more favorable. And they don't have those really annoying ads at the beginning of every video. Every live stream. That's what I mean. Okay. So back to the story. Melian has just given a warning to Thingol, and he just sort of brushed her off. He's just like, they're gonna be deadly foes to Morgoth. I might not like the guys, but I'm not going to turn them away. And Melian is just like, Their swords and their counsels shall have 2 edges, she says, and that's the end of the conversation. Nice. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for taking it over to YouTube. Love you guys. Alright, let's continue. It was not long before whispered tales began to pass among the Sindar concerning the deeds of the Noldor ere they came to Beleriand. Certain it is whence they came, and the evil truth was enhanced and poisoned by lies. But the Sindar were yet unwary and trustful of words, and, as may well be thought, Morgoth chose them for this first assault of his malice, for they knew him not. And Círdan, hearing these dark tales, was troubled, for he was wise and perceived swiftly that true or false, they were put about at this time through malice. Through the malice he deemed was that of... Though the malice he deemed was that of the princes of the Noldor, because of the jealousy of their houses. Therefore he sent messengers to Thingol to tell all that he had heard. It chanced that, at the time, the sons of Finarfin were again the guests of Thingol. As a bit of a reminder, the sons of Finarfin are kin to King Thingol. So Galadriel and her brothers are all nieces and nephews, basically. Or grandnieces and nephews, technically, of King Thingol. Because King Thingol's brother was Olwe. Olwe's daughter, Eärwen, is the one who married Finarfin, and so these are their kids. So they are extended family. But just the sons of Finarfin, because he married Eärwen. So I hope that makes sense. But that is why they would probably visit more frequently. It chanced that, at the time, the sons of Finarfin were again the guests of Thingol, and they wished to see their sister Galadriel. Then Thingol, being greatly moved, spoke in anger to Finrod, saying,
"Ill have you done to me, kinsman, to conceal so great matters from me. For now I have learned of all the evil deeds of the Noldor."
Can I be heard? Please tell me the microphone is on. I think so. But Finrod answered, past tense, but Finrod answered,
"What ill have I done you, Lord? Or what evil deed have the Noldor done in all your realm to grieve you?" "Neither against your kingship nor against any of your people have they thought evil or done evil." "I marvel at you, son of Eowyn,"
said Thingol,
"that you would come to the board of your kinsmen thus red-handed from the slaying of your mother's kin, and yet say naught in defense, nor yet seek any pardon."
Then Fingon was greatly troubled, but he was silent, for he could not defend himself, save by bringing charges against the other princes of the Noldor, and that he was loath to do before Thingol. But in Angrod's heart, the memory of the words of Caranthir welled up again in bitterness, and he cried,
"Lord, I know not what lies you have heard, nor whence, but we came not red-handed. Guiltless we came forth, save maybe of folly, to listen to the words of fell Feanor, and become as if besotted with wine, as briefly. No evil did we do on our road, but suffered ourselves great wrong, and forgave it. For this we are named tale-bearers to you, and treasonable to the Noldor, untruly as you know, for we have of our loyalty been silent before you, and thus earned your anger." Messing this up so much. But now these charges are no longer to be borne, and the truth you shall know."
Then Angrod spoke bitterly against the sons of Feanor, telling of the blood at Alqualonde, and the doom of Mandos, and the burning of the ships at Losgar. And he cried,
"Wherefore should we that endured the grinding ice bear the name of kinslayers and traitors?"
Yet the shadow of Mandos lies on you also,
said Melian. Sorry, I mixed that up, said Melian. But Thingol was long silent ere he spoke.
"Go now,"
he said,
"for my heart is hot within me. Later you may return if you will, for I will not shut my doors forever against you, my kindred, that were ensnared in an evil that you did not aid. With Fingolfin and his people also I will keep friendship, for they have bitterly atoned for such ill as they did. And in our hatred of the power that wrought all this woe in our griefs shall be lost. But hear my words. Never again in my ears shall be heard the tongue of those who slew my kin in Alqualonde, nor in all my realm shall it be openly spoken, while my power endures. All the Sindar shall hear my command, that they shall neither speak with the tongue of the Noldor, nor answer to it. And all such as use it shall be held slayers of kin and betrayers of kin unrepentant."
Ba-ba-ba-bum. So that was the banning of the Quenya language by Thingol. Then the sons of Finarfin departed from Menegroth with heavy hearts, perceiving how the words of Mandos would ever be made true, and that none of the Noldor that followed after Feanor could escape from the shadow that lay upon his house. And it came to pass even as Thingol had spoken, for the Sindar heard his word, And thereafter, throughout Beleriand, they refused the tongue of the Noldor, and shunned those that spoke it aloud. But the exiles took the Sindarin tongue in all their daily uses, and the high speech of the West was spoken only by the lords of the Noldor among themselves. Yet that speech lived ever as a language of lore, wherever any of that people dwelt. It came to pass that Nargothrond was full wrought, and yet Torgon still dwelt within the halls of Vinyamar. So this is flashback to before Torgon went to Gondolin. And the sons of Finarfin were gathered there to a feast, and Galadriel came from Doriath and dwelt a while in Nargothrond. Now King Finrod Felagund had no wife, and Galadriel asked him why this should be, but foresight came upon Felagund, and as she spoke, and he said,
"An oath I too shall swear, and must be free to fulfill it and go into darkness. Nor shall anything of my realm endure that a son should inherit."
But it is said that not until that hour had such cold thoughts ruled him, for indeed she whom he had loved was Amarie of the Vanyar, and she went not with him into exile. And that's the end of chapter 15. How are we feeling, everybody? How we feeling? Hello. Yeah, to anyone who's popped into the stream in the last few minutes.
Hey, 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 hey.
Couldn't help myself. I do have sound effects over on Twitch and YouTube. So if you feel like you're missing something over on TikTok, please head to the link in my bio. You're welcome. Reference to Vanyar lineage. The last line means that when he left Valinor, he had a woman that he loved, and she was of the Vanyar sect of the elves. Those are considered the High Elves. Most of them lived on Taniquetil, which is the large mountain where the dwelling of Manwë and Varda is. Most of the Vanyar lived with Manwë and Varda. So her name is Amarie. Not Namarie, but just Amarie. But Amarie is just a woman that he loved back in Valinor, but when he decided to follow Fingolfin, when he decided to leave Valinor, she didn't go with him. She did not go with him. Is Melian the same species as Gandalf? Yes, they are both Maiar. M-A-I-A-R. That's plural. Cross off the R and you have the singular. So Gandalf is a Maia. Melian is a Maia. Gandalf and Melian are Maiar. I have a lot of trouble trilling my R's, but I try. But yes, what they're saying in chat is also true. They are the Ainur. I did do a video on TikTok that really broke down what all of these terms mean. Yeah, Maiar without the R. Oh, and I'm just now seeing the poke from my bot. It says, honor the Vala of water. Hydrate. Remember to hydrate. I always forget to drink when I'm streaming. I'm glad I set that bot up. Everybody take a sip of water. Please, hydrate. Hydrate, my friends. But yeah, Amarie did not go into exile with him, so that's where that comes from. Any other questions before we continue on to chapter 16, which is all about Maeglin? Maeglin! Tragic character. I mean, most of the characters in the Silmarillion are tragic, but like, Maeglin has it rough. Maeglin is one of the most abused elves. And I use that word specifically. This poor elf. He's also the reason that Tolkien had such difficulty with pinning down how he wanted the elves to age. Maeglin was always a snag in the first stage, that like he had to backward manufacture a way of the elves aging that would make Maeglin fit into the storyline properly. Because otherwise it would be like he was a toddler when he was supposed to be fully grown before, you know, the events happen. So they had to really mess with the numbers in order to get Maeglin to be the right age. Do I have a YouTube where the first 14 chapters are? They aren't posted yet, but after this live stream, I'm going to go and try and edit them in a way that makes sense and put them up as permalinks. So there will be. When I have everything up, there will be an actual playlist, and they'll all be listed there. Keep in mind that a lot of these streams are several hours long, so it's going to take time for me to upload all of them, but that is my goal over the next couple days, is to get all of that uploaded onto YouTube so that we can continue these streams and have them automatically saved to the right playlist. The reason they're not there already is because when I first started doing these streams, I only streamed on Twitch, and now I'm doing dual streaming. So I need to separately upload them over on YouTube. But that will happen. I promise that will happen. I'm gonna work on it. Apologies in advance to the people who follow me and have notifications on, because you're gonna get a lot of links of me uploading those live streams. I think there are 8 or 9 of them total. Maybe 10. Some of the streams I do multiple chapters, and other streams I'm only able to do one. It depends on the length of the chapter. Ah, okay, so you aren't familiar with the book that we're reading. Okay, so this is the Silmarillion. I can do a quick recap. So the Silmarillion by J.R.R. Tolkien is events that happened several thousand years prior to the events of The Lord of the Rings. So The Lord of the Rings happens in the Third Age, about 3,000 years into the Third Age. The events of the Silmarillion start from the very beginning of time, because there is a sort of creation myth story, and then the majority of things are happening, I want to say, 10,000 years prior. Like, that's sort of the starting point, about 10,000 years prior to Lord of the Rings, up to like 6,000 years prior to the Lord of the Rings. So it's ancient history, primarily. And then we do get a little hint in the Akalabath, which is another story that's within the same book. The Akalabath goes into what happens in the Second Age, which is where we're getting some information about what will be in the Amazon Prime TV show, The Rings of Power. So this is sort of like the background. This is all the stuff in the background, little hints and details about characters, their lineage, why certain things are the way they are in Middle-earth. Most of that is explained in some way, shape, or form in the Silmarillion. The Silmarillion was published in the 70s. It was published posthumously, so Tolkien had been working on this for over a decade, and it was his son, Christopher Tolkien, who managed to compile everything and actually publish it. So, highly recommend, but fair warning, it is not easy to read. It's very dry, it reads like a history text. Now, if you like that sort of thing, if you like all of the details, then that'll be great for you. But it doesn't read like a modern fantasy story would. So just fair warning, the style is different. And that's okay, but it's different. Does a sip of coffee count? I mean, I guess. But coffee is diuretic. It tends to dehydrate you in the long run. So I'd say get some actual water. If you have any available, please do. Did Galadriel's brothers participate in the kinslaying? No. No, they did not. Will her brothers be in the series? We think that one of her brothers is the blonde elf featured in that promo image that we were first given. The one that shows the 2 trees of Valinor. The leak said, there was a leak at one point that said that that is one of her brothers. Either Finrod Felagund, who is her elder brother, or Aignor or Aingrod, which are her 2 other brothers. We don't really know too much about those 2. So it could be any of them. But chances are we will see them somewhere. But, full disclosure, all of them are dead by the Second Age. Most of the characters in the Silmarillion are doomed from the start. We have to start with that preface. That the whole point of the Silmarillion is to show the history, and these are, through various wars in Middle-earth, and so a lot of the characters die. But the way that it's written is not super emotionally attached to the characters, so you'll meet a ton of characters and they will die and you won't necessarily feel much for them. You'll feel bad, but you're not going to be like rocking yourself in a corner feeling like this book has betrayed you. At least not during those parts. Beren and Luthien, he does a little bit more character development there, and a little bit more with the children of Húrin as well. But beyond that, the Silmarillion is pretty dry, and you can just sort of trust that most of the characters are going to die. Don't get too attached. It's terrible. Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad that you like the commentary. There's a lot to be said, and there's a lot of connections that, unless you've already read the whole thing, you might not make all of those connections immediately. But, reminding you who a character is so that you know who I'm talking about. That this is Galadriel's brother, or we're talking about, Galadriel's part of the family. Or, we're talking about the part of the family that eventually trickles down and creates Elrond. These are connections that, if you haven't read the entire book, you don't realize that they're there until you get to, oh, and that's where Elrond came from. So that's what I'm here for. I'm totally here for that exact thing. With that in mind, we were talking about Turgon and how mega hot his daughter is, Idril Celebrimbor. That is Elrond and Elros's grandma? That is their grandmother. So Elrond's grandmother is the hot babe we just talked about. Oh yeah, the Fall of the Two Trees is rough. It's sad, and the Fall of Gondolin is sad, and Maeglin's story in general is sad. Which is perfect segue. Let's get into it. Chapter 16. Chapter 16 of Maeglin. Arthel Arfiniel, the White Lady of the Noldor, daughter of Fingolfin, dwelt in Nevrast with Turgon, her brother, and she went with him to the Hidden Kingdom. But she wearied of the guarded city of Gondolin, desiring ever the longer, the more, to ride again in the wide lands and to walk in the forests, and had been her wont in Valinor. And when 200 years had passed since Gondolin was full wrought, she spoke to Turgon and asked leave to depart, Turgon was loath to grant this, and long denied her. But at the last he yielded, saying, shoot, like I don't have my voice filters up, saying,
"Go then, if you will, though it is against my wisdom, and I forebode that ill will come of it, both to you and to me. But you shall go only to seek Fingon, our brother, and those that I send with you shall return thither to Gondolin as swiftly as they may."
But Ararvel said,
I am your sister and not your servant. And beyond your bounds I will go as seems good to me. And if you begrudge me an escort, then I will go alone.
Then Turgon answered,
"I grudge you nothing that I have, yet I desire that none shall dwell beyond my walls who know the way hither. And if I trust you, my sister, others I trust less to keep guard on their tongues."
And Turgon appointed 3 lords of his household to ride with Ararvel, and he bade them lead her to Fingon in Heathlum, if they might prevail upon her.
"And be wary. For though Morgoth be yet hemmed in the north, there are many perils in Middle-earth, of which the lady knows nothing."
Then Ararvel departed from Gondolin, and Turgon's heart was heavy at her going. So Ararvel's like, peace. She's like, I used to ride and do whatever I wanted back in Valinor. You can't fence me in. I'ma do what I want. I'm of equal stature to you, good sir. Hell yeah, Ararvel. You tell him. Alright, so she leaves. But when she came to the ford of Brithiach, in the river Sirion, she said to her companions,
Turn now south and not north, for I will not ride to Heathlum. My heart desires rather to find the sons of Feanor, my friends of old.
And since she could not be dissuaded, they turned south as she commanded, and sought admittance to Doriath. But the March Wardens denied them, for Thingol would suffer none of the Noldor to pass the girdle, save his kinsfolk of the house of Finarfin, and least of all those who were friends of the sons of Feanor. Therefore the March Wardens said to Ararvel,
"To the land of Celegorm, for which you seek, lady, you may by no means pass through the realm of King Thingol. You must ride beyond the girdle of Melian, to the south or to the north. The speediest way is by the paths that lead east from the Brithiach through Dimbar and along the north march of this kingdom, until you pass the bridge of Escalduin and the fords of Aros, and come to the lands that lie behind the hill of Himring. There dwell, as we believe, Celegorm and Curufin, and it may be that you will find them, but the road is perilous."
like she's gonna care. Sorry. Then Ararvel turned back and sought the dangerous road between the haunted valleys of Ered Gorgoroth and the north fences of Doriath. This is exactly what I was talking about at the beginning of the stream. Those spots on the map. It's not a happy place. And as they drew near to the evil region of Non-Dungortheb, my bad. And as they drew near to the evil region of Non-Dungortheb, the riders became enmeshed in shadows, and Ararvel strayed from her companions and was lost. Good job, girl. They sought long for her in vain, fearing that she had been ensnared, or had drunk from the poisoned streams of that land. But the fell creatures of Ungoliant that dwelt in the ravines were aroused and pursued them, and they hardly escaped with their lives. When at last they returned, and their tale was told, there was great sorrow in Gondolin, and Turgon sat long alone, enduring grief and anger in silence. So just because we were talking about Turgon and his personification, that's his personality. He's not happy about it, but he bears the grief alone and silently. So he's kind of a quiet guy. But you gotta think, he lost his wife. He lost his wife when they crossed the Helcaraxe, and now he's lost his sister too. That can't feel good. But Arardel, having sought in vain for her companions, rode on, for she was fearless and hardy of heart, as were all the children of Finwë. And she held on her way, and crossing Esgalduin and Aros, came to the land of Himlad between Aros and Kellon, where Celegorm and Curufin dwelt in those days, before the breaking of the siege of Agband. At that time, they were from home, riding with Caranthir east in Thargelion, but the people of Celegorm welcomed her and bade her stay among them with honor until their lord's return. There for a while she was content, and had great joy in wandering free in the woodlands. But as the year lengthened, and Celegorm did not return, she became restless again, and took to riding alone ever further abroad, seeking for new paths and untrodden glades. Thus it chanced, in the waning of the year, that Arardel came to the south of Himlad, and passed over Kellon, which is a river, and before she was aware, she was enmeshed in Nan Elmoth. I'm going to pause really quickly so that I can show you guys the map, because again, we just had a lot of areas described. There was a lot of Elvish there, so I just want to show you guys a visual. Okay, so here, once again, is our map. Scooch over a little bit. Okay. Ooh, gosh, I don't know if you guys could hear that. My belly just rumbled, but that's because it's noon and I haven't eaten yet. Whee! Self-care, my friends. I really need to practice what I preach. Okay. Zoom in even a little bit more if I can. Perfect. So Gondolin is here, right? That's where Arardel and Turgon and everyone are hidden. And she's like, nah, instead of going north, because he was basically saying, go north up here, and then cross at Aethelsirion. He would have her go into Hithlum, because that's where their brother Fingon rules. So he's like, yeah, turn north, go here, that's where I would like you to go. And she's like, I'm gonna do me. And so she tells her guard, I'm turning south. Y'all want to come with or not? And they're like, okay, we'll go with you, fine. So she turns south and goes along the Chrysaegrim. And basically she comes to like this point here of Doriath. And when she gets here, the March Wardens see her, and they're like, okay, well, you're not allowed. You're not allowed, especially because you're friend to the Sons of Feanor. And that's who you're actually looking for? Yeah, pass. But they tell her about this, this dotted line here, the road that goes along the upper boundary of Doriath, and she's like, okay, I'll take that road. They're like, it's perilous. She's like, whatever, it's fine. It's fine. This is fine. But as I mentioned before, Nan Dungortheb is really treacherous, and so you have all of the monsters from Ered Gorgoroth are coming down, they're chasing her guard, there are noxious fumes, everyone's encased in shadows, and she gets lost. Not lost into the forest, but just lost in this area. Eventually, she finds the path again and continues along it because she can't find her guard. They tried to find her, couldn't, and they returned back up into Gondolin. So this is Escalduin. We were talking about that. And there's a second river here. I think that's the Aros. Yeah. So the river Aros, oops, yoink. The river Aros here is also this line. So they were saying you can cross the Escalduin and the Aros, and eventually when you reach the Callan, which is this river here, that'll basically be the area that you're looking for, and Caligorm and Cúrifin, to our knowledge, are there. And what the rest was saying was that Caligorm and Cúrifin weren't there. They were over in Thargelion with their brother Caranthir, and Caranthir was in this area. That's where his realm was. So they chillin'. They're having bro time. But because of that, she got kind of restless, and so instead of staying in this area like she was supposed to, she wanders further and further, and she eventually ends up in Nan Elmoth, which is a dark, dreary forest. And it has a lot of magic in it. It's one of those spaces that is pretty magical, and once you go in, it's hard to find your way back out. So there's a certain level of enchantment in that part of the woods. Part of that is because, which this will be something that you'll notice if you listen to the past streams again, the place where Melian and Thingol met was Nan Elmoth. They met here. And so that whole point where they stopped and stared at each other for literally like hundreds of years before, they took hands and they stared into each other's eyes, and an enchantment fell upon them, and they just stayed there staring at each other for centuries. Until Thingol was like lost. Lost by his kin. His kin was like, we don't know where he went. We don't know where he went. We don't know what happened. He's lost to us. He must be dead. And then he shows back up going, hey, where are all of my friends? And they're like, they went to Valinor. They're in Valinor now. Where were you? Answer, Nan Elmoth. And so that level of enchantment stayed in that area, even though Melian and Thingol decided to settle in Doriath, the larger forest, in Menegroth, this dot right here. But where they first met was Nan Elmoth. And so there's a certain level of magic in this specific part of the forest. And that happens to be where Eol lives. One solitary elf is like, yeah, I'm gonna live here. Because fuck you all, I hate the world. He hates the elves. He doesn't get along with any of the elves. He gets along better with the dwarves, and so he tends to deal with the dwarves over here. Mostly in Belagost and Nogrod. So Nogrod and Belagost, you can barely see them on the map here, but there's the river Askar, both north and south in the mountains. There are two really famous dwellings of the dwarves. The smiths of Belagost and Nogrod are the greatest dwarven smiths in history, bar none. So Eol does a lot of business down here, and he goes back and forth. And basically the trade route between the dwarves here, because they have a dwarven road here, but it sort of turns upward and goes right through Nan Elmoth and connects here. So that is sort of the trade route that is used for the dwarves wanting to go into Doriath and do trade. So hopefully that gives you guys a much more visual representation of what we are talking about here, because that was a lot of geography. So back to the book. But that's why these bits are important. So let's change the scene back and we'll continue. So she wanders into Nan Elmoth. And that's where we at. In that wood in ages past, Melian walked in the twilight of Middle-earth when the trees were young, and enchantment lay upon it still. But now the trees of Nan Elmoth were the tallest and darkest in Beleriand, and there the sun never came. And there Eöl dwelt, who was named the Dark Elf. Of old he was of the kin of Thingol, but he was restless and ill at ease in Doriath. And when the girdle of Melian was set about the forest of Region, where he dwelt, he fled thence to Nan Elmoth. So basically, when Melian decided to resettle into Menegroth and brought up her enchantments, he was like, I'm out. I'm alienated from you guys, I'm out. And someone was arguing with me that he was kin of Thingol. I had forgotten that. I think it's because in a different note in a different book, because Tolkien has a lot of contradicting notes. That's just sort of the thing. There are usually several versions of the same story. I think I read some notes that said that, him being a dark elf didn't mean necessarily that he was dark-skinned, but that he was more of Noldorin descent, and preferred being on his own, that he was one of the Noldor who turned away from the road to Valinor and was just like, I don't care about Valinor. I don't care to go with all of you. Very, very agoraphobic, this guy, okay? Doesn't like crowds. He just doesn't like people in general. You could call this guy antisocial. Like the actual DSM. He could probably be diagnosed as antisocial. But I'm getting too deep in it. Lost in the sauce, basically. The magical sauce of Nan Elmoth. That sounds wrong. So he fled to Nan Elmoth. There he lived in deep shadow, loving the night and the twilight under the stars. He shunned the Noldor, holding them to blame for the return of Morgoth, and to trouble the quiet of Beleriand. But for the dwarves he had much more liking than any of the other elven folk of old. From him, the dwarves learned much of what passed in the lands of the Eldar. Now the traffic of the dwarves down from the Blue Mountains followed two roads across East Beleriand, and the northern way, going towards the fords of Aros, passed nigh to Nan Elmoth. And there Eöl would meet the Naugrim, the dwarves, and hold converse with them. And as their friendship grew, he would at times go and dwell as guest in the deep mansions of Nogrod or Belagost. There he learned much of metalwork, and came to great skill therein. And he devised a metal as hard as the steel of the dwarves, but so malleable that he could make it thin and supple, and yet it remained resistant to all blades and darts. He named it Galvorn, for it was black and shining like jet, and he was clad in it whenever he went abroad. But Eöl, though stooped by his smithwork, was no dwarf, but a tall elf of a high kin of the Teleri, noble though grim of face, and his eyes could see into the shadows and dark places. And it came to pass that he saw Arthel Arfaniel, as she strayed among the tall trees near the borders of Nan Elmoth, a gleam of white in the dim land. Very fair she seemed to him, and he desired her. And he set his enchantments about her so that she could not find the ways out, but drew ever nearer to his dwelling in the depths of the wood. Okay, can we say fucking red flag? I need to translate red flag into Elvish. Red is Karen. Red flag. Big red flag. Gigantic red flag. Okay? So she drew ever nearer to his dwelling in the depths of the wood. Oh my gosh, so bad. There were his smithy and his dim halls, and such servants as he had, silent and secret as their master. And when Arthel, weary with wandering, came at last to his doors, he revealed himself, and he welcomed her, and led her into his house. And there she remained, for Eöl took her to wife, and it was long ere any of her kin heard of her again. Eöl is despicable. Flag is not attested. I'm not surprised by that. Ah, okay. Eöl is Tatya. Interesting. Thank you. I love that you just sneak in little extra facts for me. Thank you. Yeah, totally trustworthy dark elf. Totally. Morquendi is a term for the dark elves, but technically all of the Sindar are considered Morquendi because they didn't, well, all except Thingol, because they didn't go over to Valinor and they never saw the light of the two trees. That is the distinction that's made. Did they see the light of the two trees or not? The only Caliquendi, or light elf, to be of the Sindar is King Thingol, because he went over with the first group and then came back. And he was trying to convince his people, hey, let's go over to Valinor. But then he met Melian in the forest and disappeared for a while, and so his kin stayed to look for him. And that's the Sindar. So the Sindar are all Morquendi. And so I'm not sure if that's what they meant by dark elf, because all of the Sindar would qualify under that definition. Okay. Where were we? Yes, so her kin never heard from her again. At least for quite some time. Where'd Arthel go? No one knows. It is not said that Arthel was wholly unwilling, nor that her life in Non-Elmoth was hateful to her for many years. Keywords, for many years. For though at Eöl's command she must shun the sunlight, they wandered far together under the stars or by the light of the sickle moon. For she might fare alone as she would, save that Eöl forbade her to seek the sons of Feanor. Red flag. Or any of the other Noldor. And Arthel bore to Eöl a son in the shadows of Non-Elmoth, and in her heart she gave him a name in the forbidden tongue of the Noldor, Lomion, which signifies child of twilight. But his father gave him no name until he was 12 years old. Red flag! So many red flags. Then he called him Maiglin, which is sharp glance, for he perceived that the eyes of his son were more piercing than his own, and his thought could read the secrets of hearts beyond the mist of words. What a beautiful turn of phrase that is. Maiglin means sharp glance. And he can... This is very We Don't Talk About Bruno. He's in your dreams, feeds upon your screams. He can sense people's thoughts, or their will, if it's, for good or evil. So he's a very perceptive kiddo. Tithgarden, red sign. That works perfectly. Thank you for doing the work for me. I feel like I should just make a shirt that just says that. Red flag. Too many red flags. All the red flags. Oh gosh, I would need to look up liquid mutation rules, but the way to add all onto everything, onto any word, would be il, IL hyphen. So you use that as a prefix, but the L causes liquid mutation. I can't remember what that does to a T. I think it turns it into a D or a DH. I could be wrong. To TH. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Ilthaithgaran. Red flags. All the red flags. Every red flag. That basically describes Ale right there. Ale, aka Ilthaithgaran. I love you guys so much. Okay, so he named him Maeglin, eventually. Kid was just like, Dad? Yes, son? Yes, child mine? Or just, yeah? Like, did he just never give him any label? Right. Yeah, adding Nath, which then mutates to Oth. Yeah. All the red flags. Every single red flag. That's so funny. Yeah, Typhoth. I know what you meant. So eventually he names him. Red flag. As Maeglin grew to full stature, he resembled in face and form rather his kindred of the Noldor, but in mood and mind he was the son of his father. His words were few save in matters that touched him near, and then his voice had a power to move those that heard him and to overthrow those that withstood him. He was tall and black-haired, his eyes were dark, yet bright and keen as the eyes of the Noldor, and his skin was white. I mean, living in a place where no sunlight comes, that makes perfect sense. Super pale. Often he went with Eöl to the cities of the dwarves in the east of Ered Lindon, and there he learned eagerly what they would teach, and above all the craft of finding ores of metals in the mountains. Yet it is said that Maeglin loved his mother better, and if Eöl were abroad, he would sit long beside her and listen to all that she could tell him of her kin and their deeds in Eldamar, and of the might and valor of the princes of the house of Fingolfin. All these things he laid to heart, but most of all that which he heard of Turgon, and that he had no heir, for Elenwe, his wife, perished in the crossing of the Helcaraxe, and his daughter, Idril Celebrindel, was his only child. So why can't she take the throne? Why can't Celebrindel take the throne? Fuck the patriarchy. This is why I say there's still issues in Tolkien, okay? Like he doesn't get past everything. But Maeglin's like, so your brother has no son, huh? I could change that. Okay, so Idril is the only child. In the telling of these tales, there was awakened in Arethel a desire to see her own kin again, and she marveled that she had grown weary of the light of Gondolin, and the fountains in the sun, and the green sward of Tumladen, under the windy skies of spring. Moreover, she was often alone in the shadows when both her son and her husband were away. Of these tales also grew the first quarrels of Maeglin and Eöl. For by no means would his mother reveal to Maeglin where Turgon dwelt, nor by what means one might come thither. And he bided his time, trusting yet to wheedle the secret from her, or perhaps to read her unguarded mind. Rude, Maeglin, rude. But ere that could be done, he desired to look on the Noldor and speak with the sons of Feanor, his kin, that dwelt not far away. But when he declared his purpose to Eöl, his father was wrathful. I'm wondering, should I give Eöl the Valar voice? Let's not. I think that's a little too much. Okay. So, Eöl, his father, was wrathful.
You are of the house of Eöl, Maeglin, my son,
He said.
and not of the Golodrim. All this land is the land of the Teleri, and I will not deal, nor have my son deal with the slayers of our kin, the invaders and usurpers of our homes. In this you shall obey me, or I will set you in bonds.
Bum. Them's fighting words. And Maeglin did not answer, but was cold and silent. And he went abroad no more with Eöl, and Eöl mistrusted him. Maeglin, the king of the silent treatment. Yo boy, basically. That just makes me think of The Princess Bride, though. Farm boy. Fetch me that picture. As you wish. Though Maeglin does sort of seem like the type that he wouldn't really know how to express love. Just watch later in the book, Maeglin says, "As you wish," and it's gonna blow my mind. I don't think he does. If he does, I will sincerely laugh. So Maeglin gives him the silent treatment, and Eöl starts to just sort of mistrust him. It's a fight they don't come back from. It came to pass that at the midsummer, the dwarves, as was their custom, bade Eöl to a feast in Nogrod, and he rode away. Now Maeglin and his mother were free for a while to go where they wished, and they rode often to the eaves of the wood, seeking the sunlight, and desire grew hot in Maeglin's heart to leave Non Elmoth forever. Therefore he said to Aredhel,
Lady, let us depart while there is time. What hope is there in this wood for you or for me? Here we are held in bondage, and no profit shall I find here. For I have learned all that my father has to teach, or that the Naugrim will reveal to me. Shall we not seek for Gondolin? You shall be my guide, and I will be your guard.
Then Aredhel was glad, and looked with pride upon her son, and telling the servants of Eöl that they went to seek the sons of Feanor, they departed and rode away to the north eaves of Non Elmoth, where they crossed the slender stream of Kellan into the land of Himlad, and rode on to the fords of Aros, and so westward along the fences of Doriath. So back the way she came, basically. Now Eöl returned out of the east sooner than Maeglin had foreseen, and found his wife and his son but 2 days gone. And so great was his anger that he followed after them even by the light of day. This guy who hates the sun. As he entered the Himlad, he mastered his wrath and went warily, remembering his danger, for Celegorm and Cúrfin were mighty lords who loved Eöl not at all. And Cúrfin, moreover, was of perilous mood. What a nice way of putting it, of perilous mood. He's a jerk. Okay. Of perilous mood. But the scouts of Aglon had marked the riding of Maeglin and Arundel to the fords of Aros, and Cúrfin, perceiving that strange deeds were afoot, came south from the pass and encamped near the fords. And before Eöl had ridden far across Himlad, he was waylaid by the riders of Cúrfin and taken to their lord. Then Cúrfin said to Eöl,
"What errand have you, dark elf, in my lands? An urgent matter, perhaps, that keeps one so sun-shy abroad by day."
And Eöl, knowing his peril, restrained the bitter words that rose in his mind.
"I have learned, Lord Cúrfin,"
he said,
"that my son and my wife, the Light Lady of Gondolin, have ridden to visit you while I was from home, and it seemed to me fitting that I should join them on this errand." Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Don't be suspicious. Then Cúrfin laughed at Eöl, and he said,
"They might have found their welcome here less warm than they hoped, had you accompanied them. But it is no matter, for that was not their errand. It is not 2 days since they passed over the Orosiach, and thence rode swiftly westward. It seems that you would deceive me, unless indeed you yourself have been deceived."
And Eöl answered,
"Then, Lord, perhaps you will give me leave to go and discover the truth of this matter." "You have my leave, but not my love,"
said Cúrfin.
"The sooner you depart from my land, the better will it please me."
Then Eöl mounted his horse, saying,
"It is good, Lord Cúrfin, to find a kinsman thus kindly at need. I will remember it when I return."
Then Cúrfin looked darkly upon Eöl.
"Do not flaunt the title of your wife before me,"
he said.
"For those who steal the daughters of the Noldor and wed them without gift or leave do not gain kinship with their kin. I have given you leave to go. Take it and be gone. By the laws of the Eldar, I may not slay you at this time, and this counsel I add, return now to your dwelling in the darkness of Nan Elmoth, for my heart warns me that if you now pursue those who love you no more, never will you return thither."
Then Eöl rode off in haste, and he was filled with hatred of all the Noldor, for he perceived now that Maeglin and Arundel were fleeing to Gondolin, and driven by anger and the shame of his humiliation, he crossed at the fords of Arod and rode hard upon the way that they had gone before. But though they knew not that he followed them, and he had the swifter steed, he came never in sight of them until they reached the Brithiach, and abandoned their horses. Then by ill fate they were betrayed, for the horses neighed loudly, and Eöl's steed heard them and sped towards them. And Eöl saw from afar the white raiment of Arundel, and marked which way she went, seeking the secret path into the mountains. I'm getting back up to speed with the chat. It's a first stage problem, not a Tolkien problem. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, first age elven society. Ugh, yeah, cringe. Just got back. You love it. Hey, welcome, Zoe. Bethanais Evelyn he avondagagin. Oh gosh, I can get bits and pieces of that. Bethanais Evelyn he avondagagin. Go ahead and put up the translation if you would. I'll say, because I might get the basic gist of that, but people in chat won't know what the heck you're talking about. Yeah. I won't slay you now. Yeah. It's the Thanais that threw me off. I couldn't remember what that word was. I'm like, something elvish, I won't slay you now. That is quite a line. You are absolutely right. Okay. Well. So he has found the secret path into the mountains. This is not going to go well. Now Arthel and Maeglin came to the outer gate of Gondolin, and the dark guard under the mountains. And there she was received with joy, and passing through the 7 gates, she came with Maeglin to Turgon upon Amon Gwareth. Then the king listened with wonder to all that Arthel had to tell, and he looked with liking upon Maeglin, his sister son, seeing in him one worthy to be accounted among the princes of the Noldor. Again, you have to think he visually resembles his Noldorin kin. Got another voice here. My bad.
I rejoice indeed that Arfaniel has returned to Gondolin.
He said,
And now more fair again shall my city seem than in the days when I deemed her lost, and Maeglin shall have the highest honor in my realm.
Then Maeglin bowed low and took Turgon for lord and king, to do all his will, but thereafter he stood silent and watchful, for the bliss and splendor of Gondolin surpassed all that he had imagined from the tales of his mother, and he was amazed by the strength of the city and the hosts of its people, and the many things strange and beautiful that he beheld. Yet to none were his eyes more often drawn than to Idril, the king's daughter, who sat beside him, for she was golden as the Vanyar, her mother's kindred, and she seemed to him as the sun from which all the king's hall drew its light. But Eöl, following after Arthel, found the dry river and the secret path, and so creeping in by stealth he came to the guard, and was taken and questioned. And when the guard heard that he claimed Arthel as wife, they were amazed, and sent a swift messenger to the city, and he came to the king's hall.
Lord,
he cried,
the guard have taken captive one that came by stealth to the dark gate. Eöl he names himself, and he is a tall elf, dark and grim, of the kindred of the Sindar. Yet he claims the Lady Arthel as wife, and demands to be brought before you. His wrath is great, and he is hard to restrain, but we have not slain him as your law commands.
Hillbilly elves. Oh dear. Then Arthel said,
Alas, Eöl has followed us, even as I feared. But with great stealth was it done, for we saw and heard no pursuit as we entered upon the hidden way.
Then she said to the messenger,
He speaks but the truth. He is Eöl, and I am his wife, and he is the father of my son. Slay him not, but lead him hither to the king's judgment, if the king so wills.
And so it was done, and Eöl was brought to Turgon's hall and stood before his high seat, proud and sullen. Though he was amazed no less than his son at all he saw, his heart was filled the more with anger and with hate of the Noldor. But Turgon treated him with honor, and rose up and would take his hand. And he said,
"Welcome, kinsman, for so I hold you. Here you shall dwell at your pleasure, save only that you must here abide and depart not from my kingdom. For it is my law that none who finds the way hither shall depart."
But Eöl withdrew his hand.
"I acknowledge not your law,"
he said.
"No right have you or any of your kin in this land to seize realms or to set bounds, either here or there. This is the land of the Teleri, to which you bring war and all unquiet, dealing ever proudly and unjustly. I care nothing for your secrets, and I came not to spy upon you, but to claim my own, my wife and my son. Yet if in Arthel, your sister, you have some claim, then let her remain. Let the bird go back to the cage, where soon she will sicken again, as she sickened before. But not so Maeglin. My son you shall not withhold from me. Come, Maeglin, son of Eöl, your father commands you. Leave the house of his enemies and the slayers of his kin, or be accursed."
But Maeglin said nothing. Then Turgon sat in his high seat, holding his staff of doom, and in his stern voice spoke.
"I will not debate with you, Dark Elf. By the swords of the Noldor alone are your sunless woods defended. Your freedom to wander there wild you owe to my kin. But for them long since you would have labored in thraldom in the pits of Angband. And here I am king, and whether you will it or will it not, my doom is law. This choice only is given to you: abide here, or to die here. And so also for your son."
Then Eöl looked into the eyes of King Turgon, and he was not daunted, but stood long without word or movement, while a still silence fell upon the hall. And Arthel was afraid, knowing that he was perilous. Suddenly, swift as a serpent, he seized a javelin that he had held hidden beneath his cloak, and cast it at Maeglin, crying,
"The second choice I take, and for my son also, you shall not hold what is mine."
But Arthel sprang before the dart, and it smote her in the shoulder. And Eöl was overborne by many and set in bonds, and led away, while others tended Arthel. But Maeglin, looking upon his father, was silent. It was appointed that Eöl should be brought on the next day to the king's judgment, and Arthel and Idriel moved Turgon to mercy. But in the evening, Arthel sickened, though the wound had seemed little, and she fell into darkness, and in the night she died. For the point of the javelin was poisoned, though none knew it until too late. Therefore, when Eöl was brought before Turgon, he found no mercy, and they led him forth to the Caragdur, a precipice of black rock upon the north side of the hill of Gondolin, there to cast him down from the sheer walls of the city. And Maeglin stood by and said nothing. But at the last Eöl cried out,
"So you forsake your father and his kin, ill-gotten son. Here shall you fail of all your hopes, and here may you yet die the same death as I."
And they cast Eöl over the Caragdur, and so he ended. And to all in Gondolin it seemed just, but Idril was troubled, and from that day she mistrusted her kinsman. But Maeglin prospered and grew great among the Gondolindrim, praised by all, and high in the favor of Turgon. For if he would learn eagerly and swiftly all that he might, he had much also to teach. And he gathered about him all such as had the most bent to smithcraft and mining, and he sought in the Ehoriath, which are the encircling mountains, and found rich lodes of ore of divers metals. I think they mean like diverse metals. Most he prized in the hard iron of the mine of Anghabar, in the north of Ehoriath, and thence he got a wealth of forged metal and of steel, so that the arms of the Gondolindrim were made ever stronger and more keen. And that stood them in good stead in the days to come. Wise in counsel was Maeglin, and wary, and yet hardy and valiant at need. And that was seen in after days. For when, in the dread year of the Nirnaeth Arnoediad, Turgon opened his leaguer and marched forth to the help of Fingon in the north, Maeglin would not remain in Gondolin as regent of the king, but went to the war and fought beside Turgon, and proved fell and fearless in battle. Thus all seemed well with the fortunes of Maeglin, who had risen to be mighty among the princes of the Noldor, and greatest save one in the most renowned of their realms. Yet he did not reveal his heart, and though not all things went as he would, he endured it in silence, hiding his mind so that few could read it, unless it were Idril Celebrimbor. For from his first days in Gondolin, he had borne a grief ever worsening that robbed him of all joy. He loved the beauty of Idril and desired her without hope. The Eldar wedded not with kin so near, nor ever before had any desired to do so. And however that might be, Idril loved Maeglin not at all. And knowing his thought of her, she loved him the less, for it seemed to her a thing strange and crooked in him, as indeed the Eldar ever since have deemed it, an evil fruit of the kinslaying, whereby the shadow of the curse of Mandos fell upon the last hope of the Noldor. But as the years passed, still Maeglin watched Idril and waited, and his love turned to darkness in his heart, and he sought the more to save his will in other matters, shirking no toil or burden. And he might, if he might, thereby have power. Thus it was in Gondolin, and amid all the bliss of that realm, while its glory lasted, a dark seed of evil was sown. That's the end of chapter 16. That is one of my favorite chapters. There are a lot of good barbs in that chapter. And it's one of the few places you see a good stint of dialogue. That was a lot of switching of the various voices. I hope that it worked. Yeah, when you hit on your cousin. And they are first cousins. But I mean, I feel a bit of sympathy toward Maeglin. Because when you're raised in darkness by an abusive a-hole of a father who just didn't decide to name you until you were 12, and you have to think, elves learn their words very, very quickly. Like, by the time they're 2, they are singing and dancing, okay? So, like, they learn their own language ultra fast. And for him to know his own language at age 2 and not be named for an extra decade is really harsh. So I can't imagine what that did to him. And what that would do to anybody. Like, you know, emotional damage. Like, oh my gosh. So much emotional damage. So, poor guy. But, you know, he was raised in this terrible situation. He was kept in the dark, literally in the dark, for, you know, the first stint of his life. And so he comes to adulthood and is like, I want to branch out. I want to do my own thing. I want to not be just a reincarnation of my dad, because I could be more than that. And I want to be more than that, especially with all the stories that he hears from his mother. And so he finally gets his chance, and they go to Gondolin. Unfortunately, they're followed, but then his father kills his mother. Not on purpose, but he was trying to kill him. Like, Eöl was trying to kill Maeglin. And Maeglin saw that, and this whole thing plays out, and Maeglin is just standing there, silent. He doesn't say a damn thing. He watches this whole thing go down, and I think he would have only shown emotion and pain at the death of his mother. And yet, whenever he's in front of Eöl, he just does nothing. He says nothing. It's very much just, I'm not going to dignify that with a response. He doesn't stop him. Doesn't stop the other Noldor from pitching his father over the edge of a cliff. And Eöl is like, you're going to die like me. Heed my words, you're going to die like I am dying right now. This is going to be you later. Mark my words. And Maeglin says nothing. Like, this is some of the best, like, personality writing that we get in the Silmarillion. We get a really good chunk of it in Beren and Luthien as well, but, like, Maeglin. Poor Maeglin. And so he ends up in Gondolin, in just the most beautiful place he's ever seen. It's beyond his wildest dreams, and it seems like all of that light is just emanating from this one elf, and that one elf happens to be his cousin. You know, he probably saw her and was just like, oh my gods, like, by the Valar, that is the most beautiful creature I've ever seen. And then they introduce him and he's like, shit, you're my cousin. You're my cousin? Why must you be my cousin? Of all people. Why? Because if that had not been his cousin, he absolutely would have pursued and had a family, and like the whole thing would have been a completely different story if Idril was not his first cousin. That sucks. It sucks to be Maeglin. Also sucks to be Idril, because she's like, number one, you're like barely legal. Ew. Because she's been alive for a while. Idril is not the youngest person to have made the trip across the Helcaraxe. She was not one of the youngest elves to leave Valinor. That honor goes to Finduilas. And that's Ordredth's daughter, I believe. But oh my word, like, she's several hundred years old, at the very least. At the very least, she's several hundred years old. And Maeglin's like this little kid, completely besotted. But there's such an age difference. She's just like, it would be a no even if you weren't my cousin, bro. It would be a no from me. And, you know, nobody likes to be rejected. So, poor Maeglin. But, you know, it should have been a get over it, bro. Like, the answer is no, get over it. But he harbors this desire for a very long time, and it turns to blackness in him. And it gives Sauron all the leverage he could ever want. Because at that point, Maeglin is thinking, okay, I'm too young. Well, at least I'm going to get older. and maybe I'm just not good enough for her yet. I was never good enough for my father. And so maybe if I just work hard enough, if I get enough power, if I get enough renown, she will change her mind, and somehow it will work between us, somehow. And he holds on to this desire, and he holds on to this vaguest sense of hope that if he gains enough power, he'll be able to have her, and he'll finally be happy. Spoiler alert, it doesn't turn out that way. Thank you, Tiber. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, it's a lot. This chapter is a lot. But I'm glad it seems like the voice filters worked that time. I was trying to be really careful. Smallest of nitpicks. Oh, I'm here for it. It's fine. Arnoidiad contains the umlaut O. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, it eventually shifts to Arnediad. Yeah. So it's an instead of an O. That's fair. That's totally fair. I reserve the right to mispronounce things just like everybody else. I do try to hold myself to a certain standard, so thank you. No, I appreciate that. I don't take it personally when I get corrected on Elvish, because I'm still learning. I don't make a secret of the fact that I am still relearning, because most of what I learned in 2004. And there have been a lot of updates to the language since then. So I'm relearning, and I have to roll back and unlearn several things. So I make mistakes just like everyone else. I might be the elf boy, and I do make an effort, but I'm still learning, and that's cool. So no, I'm totally fine with it. You're cool. And unless you like get really rude about it, like overtly rude about it, I will assume that corrections are being made in good faith. I won't get on you about it. I really won't. So please feel free. It's fine. Yes! The voices worked. I'm so happy. Maybe I'll take part of that. In a perfect world, I would take these streams and I would edit them down so you don't have all the odd pauses when I switch my filters. But unfortunately, just OBS is not instantaneous when I press the buttons. So I do my best, but there's always a little bit of a pause to make sure that the filter is on before I continue speaking. In a perfect world, I would edit out all of those pauses before I put it up, and maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe that's what I'll try to do when I'm putting the streams up onto YouTube. I can make an attempt of it. It means that things are going to be uploaded a lot slower, though, because I'm going to have to go through and actually listen to the entire stream. But I can try. It's a project. I have so many projects. So many projects. I also need to make a complete archive of every TikTok that I've done, so that I can go through and delete several of them. Because I really just, I want to condense my TikTok feed so that it really has less stuff in it. And I do need to take down all of the Elvish lessons that I did on there, because they are the 2004 version of Elvish. It's 2004 Neo-Sindarin, which is not accurate anymore. And yeah, so I need to take those down so that people don't learn incorrect Elvish from me, because I'll feel bad if that happens. Oh, cool. I'm glad it doesn't feel burdensome. I had the thought before I started doing these readings. I'm like, dude, I know how to do voice filters. If I can craft enough filters to make, for different characters, I will do that. So I have a female voice, which I use for all the females because there aren't that many. I use it for all the females unless I have two females talking to each other, which is why I didn't use any filter at all for Galadriel. Galadriel just gets my voice. Congratulations. But that's because my voice is deeper than my filter. My filter takes it a bit higher. So I let Galadriel keep my normal voice, and Melian could get the higher voice. If I really wanted to mess shit up, I would have done a female Valar voice that has the reverb and everything. But yeah, so I have the female voice, I have the Valar voice, I have every elf ever. That's literally what I named it. And Feanor. But the Feanor one I used for Eöl today, and I used for Thingol as well. So I don't have, like, a huge number of audio filters, but I do try. And then I have one that I use for music. So let me turn up the music for a second. No, I'll show you what I mean, because it's a really cool filter. One of my favorites. So we're gonna bring up the background music. Okay. So that's what I mean. Which, if anyone's still watching over on TikTok, that probably made no sense whatsoever. So that's my sort of like long, sustained choral voice filter. I do have other ones that I use for ASMR, primarily, like, what's up? I hope you enjoy it. So things like the wind chimes. It's nice, right? That's what I do. All right, test. Okay, back to normal. So yeah, is what I do. Where do I buy the album? I'm still getting into it. I'm still learning tricks. I mean, the one thing I refuse to do is grow my nails out to the point that I can do the tippity taps. Some people just, they have those nice long fake nails and they get them done regularly so it looks really nice. I hate, like, all caps with spaces between the letters, hate having nail polish on my nails. I hate it. Can't stand it. Oh good, I'm glad you didn't notice the big pauses. Cool. But yeah, I hate having stuff on my nails. It's always bothered me, and so getting actual acrylics, I would hate it. I would hate it. Do it for the views. No. That's where I draw the line. I will not be getting fake nails. So I may try to grow them out a little bit, but my family tends to have really not the best nails in the world, and so getting hangnails and stuff would be super common. So, but I'm looking at, other crinkly things, bubble wrap and different kinds of ceramic. There are so many different sounds that I can make, and I'm still messing around with my filters a little bit. But I do like doing actual ASMR streams, so, and I mean, you can hear the background music. It's much softer right now, but the background music, I have full permission from the artist to use it in any live stream I want. And it won't be commercialized, so I should never get a copyright notice on it. Yay! So shout out to Øystein Ramfjord. He is the mastermind behind Amethystium. Amethystium, I've been following them since the year 2000. Like, since they first started. So I believe it's just him. I think it's just Øystein Ramfjord, but yeah, he makes great music. He really, really does. I love his work. He's the only actual record album that I own. I don't own albums, but I bought his remastered version of his first album, on the actual records. Oof. Hopefully you didn't skip ahead like during the nice pretty stuff, because that would be upsetting. That's fine though. Sometimes when my internet blips, it'll take me a long time to realize that the little red dot with the live is not actually there anymore, and then I click it and it jumps me ahead, and I'm like, how long? How long was I behind? Sure, yeah, I don't mind. This is a blanket statement for anybody watching on any platform. I do not mind questions about my partner at all. It does not bother me. I love her. I will always love her. And so, yeah, I don't mind you asking questions, even if they get painful for me. It's like a bittersweetness. Like, I love talking about her. I love keeping her memory alive, so don't hesitate to ask. Let's see what you asked. Name of my partner. Her name was Sandra. Maybe? So, my partner actually went to Fiona and was like, hey, I noticed you're using Elvish. Here are some resources, you're doing it wrong. So, my partner was even earlier in the game than Fiona. Which is just... And of course, now I have connected with Fiona. And she's like, I think I actually remember your partner. Yeah, she corrected my Elvish when I was first getting started. And I'm like, oh my god, it's a small world. It's a small world with us Elvish geeks. So my partner's name is Sandra. Online back then, she went under her fanfiction pseudonym, which was Orchid Constein. And if anybody's looking for fanfiction, she wrote a lot of it. She actually started a lot of the tropes that are still common in the Tolkien fandom. My partner was the originator of making Glorfindel and Erestor a thing. She was one of the first authors to use that pairing, but she was the first author to use it a lot. So she popularized that pairing. She popularized that ship, which is hilarious. She also popularized the general notion that the wood elves in Greenwood are a bit more on the feral side. She started taking the Thranduil has a special connection to the forest, because part of that is canonical, but she's the one who took it to the far extreme and gave him an actual magical connection, can hear the forest, can sense the forest. She deepened that connection in Fanon, and I think a lot of people still use that idea as well. Total girl boss. Yeah, my partner was amazing. I miss her so much. I had a cry last night about her. Last night, I finally put together my display cabinet. I got a display cabinet. My father let me have it, which was very, very kind of him, because it's a really nice cabinet. It's semi-lunar. So it is a semi-lunar, or, a half sphere. It's a hemisphere. And it's 6 feet tall. It's not huge, but it's tall, and it has a good amount of space in it, and so I finally put it all together last night, cleaned all of the glass pieces, and then I actually put things on the shelves. And so I put her urn in there. I had a wand made, like a Harry Potter style wand, a magic wand, which for anybody who's, pagan or Wiccan, wands tended to be the instrument of people from the south, the fire element folk, and that's me. I'm a triple fire tiger, okay? I am sun sign and ascending sign Aries, and I was born in the Chinese zodiac year of the fire tiger. So I'm a triple fire tiger. It's bonkers. Totally accurate though, so it made sense for me to use a wand when I was dabbling in the more pagan and Wiccan side of religious practice, spiritual practice. So when she passed, because I was currently at that time covering a lot of Harry Potter content on my channel, I had a custom wand made for her, like in her memory. It has a red fox on it because she was my fox. Foxy lady. Not really because of that, but but symbolism that we tended to buy gifts for each other and stuff. She was always the fox or the penguin, and I was always the owl. So I have some things from her that are owl themed, and I liked to buy things for her that were fox themed. Whenever I see foxes, especially during fall, they tend to come out during fall for like fall decorations, autumn decor. Foxes are everywhere, and I get super emotional. But yeah, I always think of her. So yeah. There's a red fox on her wand, and I did a translation. Now, this was in 2004 Elvish, not more recent Elvish, but says Gaveditham ad Merithan Henui which is "We will meet again, I'll love you forever" in Elvish. And so I did that in Tengwar and gave it to the designer, and he carved it into the wand. It's beautiful. And both me and my partner were born in March, so I put in an aquamarine in the wand as well. I hate nail polish, yeah. you need you some Erestor. She did some interesting things with Erestor. So if you, I don't know how prominent any of her stuff is in fandom anymore, because it's literally been over a decade. But she's the one who wrote Something Special, Something Sacred, or S4. And that was like her cautionary, all the things to not do in a BDSM relationship. So she had Glorfindel and Erestor in that relationship, and there were all these side relationships, like Erestor and Elrond were a thing, Erestor and Thranduil were a thing. Erestor had just DS relationships with almost every elf in Rivendell. Hilarious. Like the way Eladon and Elrohir, and you have Lothvine and like just Lindir. Everyone's been in on it. Everyone has been dominated by Erestor. Hilarious. So funny. It's like a badly kept secret. Kinky bastards. And the only one who had no clue about any of it, because he's just in his own world, is Glorfindel. Oh my Lanta. Yeah, so we wrote kinky stuff. It was fun. But she wrote that, and I was a complete fanboy of hers on the internet. So I followed her. This is before AO3 was big. AO3 came later. This is Library of Moria days. So that's old school Tolkien fandom. My partner actually started Library of Moria. That was her. Eventually, you know, other people took over, and she was just like, you guys are doing stuff that I don't really agree with, so bye! It's your responsibility now. But she started the Library of Moria. And eventually AO3 got much more popular, and so we put our stuff up there too. Fanfic is very spicy, but you have to think, like, especially the way that I interacted with my partner. Sandra and I wrote a lot of fiction together because it was the way that we expressed our physical relationship. I'm ace. I'm on the asexual spectrum, which means that I'm what we call an egosexual, meaning without ego, meaning I don't like it to be about me physically. It makes me uncomfortable. As a non-binary trans person, I get very dysphoric when I'm in intimate situations, and so we just avoided that. We avoided that by using fiction as a proxy. And so I could have anybody I wanted because I could be an elf, and it was great. And same thing for her. She was very body conscious as well, self-conscious. And yeah, so we used fiction as a proxy for our physical relationship, and that's why it was a safe space to explore things. So I was with her for 12 years, and for about 10 of those we were writing fiction. And just we, you know, much like you perhaps would if you're an adventurous sort, much like you would try a bunch of things with a loved one that you were in a committed relationship with, same thing. Same thing. We experimented with all sorts of crazy stuff. Some things worked, some things didn't, but we had a lot of fun doing it. So that's how it all went down. But her fanfiction name was Orchid Constein. If you really want a crack fic, and that's what we call ones that are just funny and there's no real plot, it's just there to be funny. If you want a crack fic, go check out The Council of El Round. El Round with a U. That should still be on AO3. I'm pretty sure. If it's not on AO3, it is definitely still on Library of Moria, which still exists. Hey, I just see a subscribe. Thank you. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that over on YouTube. Thank you. I think I have a sound for that, don't I? I should. Don't mind me. Here we go. Thanks. I'm eventually going to get it so that when I trigger that, there are going to be flower petals that come across the screen. Because you gotta. Also, random factoid. My partner, I told you that that Sandra made Library of Moria. She also made Jimena. So if there are any Sailor Moon fanfiction geeks out there, if you were in the Sailor Moon fanfiction space, you definitely have heard of Jimena. Jimena was a website that was a fanfiction archive specifically for Sailor Moon, and my partner made that and ran that. So, Jimena. I can't remember if it was .org or .net. I think it was .net. Jimena.net. But that was her. That was her. She did that too. The Sailor Moon is strong with me. I have to remember that I have all these sound bites that I've worked into my loop deck. Oh, I missed a golden opportunity. I missed a golden opportunity when I was reading. Because at some point, because Myglin is always silent about stuff, I was gonna trigger this. That would have been funny, and I missed my opportunity. For anyone who's on TikTok, I apologize. You're missing all the fun stuff because the voice effects and sound effects are only on my YouTube and Twitch streams. You're missing half the joke. I'll put it in chat really quickly. Hold on. There it goes. So that was my partner's fanfiction name. Whee! So, I think that went through. Yes, it did. Cool. But yeah. So, if you feel like reading some fanfiction, she wrote a lot of it. The stuff that we wrote together, I think some of it is still on AO3, some of it's kind of cringy though. I mean, it was right when we first started writing together. We were very purple prosy when we first started writing together. Our style relaxed a lot over the years. And we also took on a lot of darker themes over the years. So I have a deep appreciation for fiction that features Sauron, Melkor, Myglin, all of the major bad guys. I mean, we even took Gothmog, okay? Like the the head Balrog of the Balrogs. We tended to do a lot of fanfiction set in Valinor, like after everything is said and done, when everybody has finally been reborn and all that stuff. So it's set in Valinor after everything. But we had a really fun time making Gothmog a normal character, much like Gandalf takes a different form when he's in Middle-earth. Gothmog was corrupted. He let his form be corrupted in service to Melkor, and that's what turned him into the Balrog that we know. But, you know, much like Sauron's form has changed and Gandalf's form has changed, Gothmog's form has changed too. So his original form is different, and so we had fun with that concept, and yeah, we made Maedhros and Melkor have a kid. Because Melkor can technically switch his body into a female body, okay? All of the Ainur can do that, theoretically. And since we know that Maiar, because of Melian, can have children, we used that just as a fun plot point. But we put their kid together with Gothmog. We're queer, okay? Like, so 90% of the pairings that we made were male-male, okay? We did have fun with other pairings too. We put I'm losing my mind. What were the names? We put Finrod and Amarie, which we actually read about them a little bit today, where it mentioned that he loved Amarie, but she didn't follow him into exile. We put the two of them in like a bisexual threesome situation with a few different characters. A lot of times we put them with with Cúrfin's wife, because Cúrfin is a jerk and his wife deserves much, much better. And so we were like, we're gonna put you with an awesome elf. We're gonna put you with Finrod, and Finrod is with Amarie, so cool. Sometimes we put Gelmir, who is Gwyndor's brother, we put him with the two of them. Gelmir got bounced around quite a bit. So did Garaveg. And I'm just tossing elvish names out like it's confetti. I know. Everybody loves the fandom thing of Maedhros and Fingon, and I love that ship too. But I like to switch shit up a little bit, okay? I like to switch it up a little bit. I really do hope that there's some sort of representation. I'm not asking for a lot. I really am not. Because, I mean, canonically, there are a lot of hints that Sauron and Celebrimbor could have been a thing. We never get a clear vision of how deep their relationship went. But to say that it could not have been sexual in any way because ew, is just close-minded. It's just close-minded at that point. We know they had a relationship. We just don't know if it was... Yeah, Celebrinaded. Yes, Celebrinaded. I have t-shirts. It says it on this. It says it here. On my Sauron is bisexual shirt. I mean, Pan is more accurate, honestly, I think. But I liked the way it looked, and I wanted to do this, so... But we do know they had a relationship. We know that at the very least it was, you know, mentor and mentoree, right? That Celebrimbor learned a lot in the Forge from Anatar. And Anatar also helped him establish his realm, so it was almost like a dual rulership in some ways. Of course, Sauron would never have pushed that. He never would have pushed that. He would have been like, no, you're the king. You are the king of Eregion. That is not me. It's all about you. Even if he was lying his ass off. But we know that that was there because that's canon, that's there. But how far it went behind closed doors. Because to me, working in the forge with someone as an elf where that is your skill, that is your chosen skill, if you are a jewelsmith and you are working magic, legit magic, in the forge, if you're doing that together with somebody else, that is intimate by default. Perhaps not sexual, but very intimate. And so there is definitely a deep connection. Just this makes sense that there would be a deep connection, and a mingling of magics, and just spirit-wise, these two were all up in each other's space. So it's not that far of a leap to say that it was physical. That's the only thing that I think people would debate. Was it physical or not? And I mean, honestly, other than Sauron being in the Third Age and not having a physical form, can we ever say that Sauron is non-physical? Bro gets in there, okay? He's an actions man. So just, it does not make sense to me to default to, oh, it couldn't have possibly been physical because, ew. Because gayness, ew. That's dumb. That's dumb. I think it's not that far of a leap. And some of the little things, the very particular wording of stuff, like Sauron has Celebrimbor put to death. He doesn't kill him himself. Why? He could. He absolutely could. But he has him slain and then put on his pike, and then he rides him into battle as his battle banner. That seems super freaking personal to me. And the fact that he couldn't kill him himself. That he couldn't bring himself to kill Celebrimbor himself. Which seems like, it would have been the least he could do. After betraying him like that, at least kill him yourself. But he couldn't. He didn't. He didn't is canon. He couldn't is the jump that I make. And why couldn't he? Why couldn't he? What emotions were tied up with Celebrimbor that Sauron couldn't bring himself to kill him himself? I leave it to you. I leave it to you to decide. You decide. I think it's not that far of a leap to say that there was a relationship there, and that having to give up that relationship because Celebrimbor refused to give up the location of the three, because Celebrimbor is stubborn and he would not give in the moment he knew Sauron was evil, or Anatar was evil. The moment he refused to give in, Sauron had to make a choice. Do I let him go? Do I let it go? And do I just try to do this thing on my own? And this is obviously a parting of ways. I will never be able to repair this relationship. Or I have to kill him. He won't give me the information that I need. I will torture him. I will try everything I can to get the information out of him. And Sauron was very good at that. But Celebrimbor was unbroken. Celebrimbor never broke. And I think the harder Sauron had to try to break him, the more it broke Sauron. So by the time Sauron destroys probably the elf he was closest to ever, and I think that's a fair assessment. Sauron isn't really chummy canonically with any other elf, but he is all up in Celebrimbor's shit. But having to betray and kill this one elf that he's gotten close to, I think that broke something in Sauron. So by the time we get to the point where Celebrimbor is gone, Like, Sauron is worse than before. Like, Sauron, in his own way, is grieving, and in his grief, he takes it out on everyone. And you know, putting Celebrimbor's body on display and riding him into battle, it's no longer about Celebrimbor at that point. It's about, how can I cause pain to everybody else who would stand against me because I am in pain, and it's the only way I know to show it, is to make other people hurt with me. There is so much depth to the psychology of Sauron, and if they would just put that in there, I would be so happy. You know, debate however you want about how it would need to be portrayed. And certainly, you know, debate with me on how problematic it is making the one big baddie the gay guy. At least the non-straight guy. And Celebrimbor will be canonically, if there is a relationship between him and Sauron, he will canonically be bi. He will canonically be bi/pan. Because canonically he had a thing for Galadriel, even though Galadriel was already married. He had a thing for Galadriel, it didn't go anywhere, but that is canon, that he liked Galadriel and it never went anywhere. So he would be bi. And I'm all about that. Just hopped in, are we talking Celebrimbor Sauron? Yes, we are. Why? Because I can, because it's my damn channel. No, it's legit. It's totally what we're doing. But no, the psychology of Sauron, like, I could go on, and just, this is something that Sandra and I worked on and developed over a decade together, constantly debating what we thought he would or would not do. All of that stuff, like, that was the fun part. So, this is what we do. But I don't think it's a leap. I don't think it's a leap at all for Celebrimbor and Sauron to be an item. You know, and it makes me sad in some ways, because it does play into really tired tropes that I'm tired of. But the only way to move beyond that would be to show the representation somewhere else. Who else are we gonna make queer? This is the easiest and most canonical example, other than Frodo and Sam, but one could argue that theirs was either just a deep platonic, non-toxic friendship, or that it was an asexual relationship like mine was with my partner, where we didn't have physical sex, but we still enjoyed each other's company, and the relationship was just as deep and just as committed. You know, I wore her ring, she wore mine. But yeah, so I feel like that's valid, but putting aside Frodo and Sam, Celebrimbor and Anatar are the closest canonical example we have of a gay relationship. So it's less of a forceful push for inclusion when it's more canonically based, and I feel like that is the case here. But it does play into the gay guy dies trope. Because Celebrimbor definitely dies. He dies horrifically. And he dies betrayed by the guy who loved him, which is even worse. And then you have the big evil baddie is the gay guy, which you have a lot of queer-coded villains, even in Disney. Like, they're all over the place. Jafar is queer-coded. Scar is very, very queer-coded. Oh, I shall work on my curtsy. You're so weird, you have no idea. Like, there's so much queer coding going on. Even just the mannerisms of a freaking anthropomorphized lion. Like, they went hard with the queer coding with some of these bad guys. But it's very easy. It's easy to make the bad guy queer. And it's a trope that's... It gets me angry. Yes, I am over on YouTube. I am over on YouTube, anybody who happens to be watching on TikTok. Yes. Link in bio. But yeah. Queer coding happens all the time with villains. It's frustrating. Because it's usually just, we made him gay because we could. Like, we queer coded this guy because we like equating the effeminate men with something somehow evil? With the evil feminine wiles. Like, it's the male equivalent of that, is make them queer. So it's super frustrating because it's a very pervasive trope. And a lot of times people just don't even notice that it's there. But also it's, to me, it does play into tropes that are bad. Tropes that are overused. But it is an opportunity to give depth to the trope. You can move past the trope by making it more than just bad guy evil. You know, bad guy gay. You can move beyond that by giving us a three-dimensional bad guy. Show us his motivations. Show us how it tortures him to hurt Celebrimbor. You know, give me that. Give me a bad guy who has a moment where he wants to give up his evil plan because he loves this guy. And so he's hoping, okay, the moment I betray him, the moment I make the truth known, the moment this whole thing, you know, the facade crumbles, I have to hope that he will give me the information I want, that I will be able to turn him. And so, in his mind, Sauron is using this motivation the entire time he's with Celebrimbor, trying to just, you know, make it a little easier to change his mind later. I'm gonna try and set myself up for success here. If I like this guy and I don't want to have to kill him, then I need to make him corruptible. Unfortunately, that's not the case with Celebrimbor. He is not corruptible. Because he hates that shit. He's seen it. He's seen it in the First Age, in so many different representations of people being corrupted and their entire realms falling because of it. Maeglin, perfect example, and we talked about him today. He has this seed of darkness in him that is so easy to exploit. Sauron tries to do that again. He tries to set a seed. Har har, I'm not trying to be double entendre there, but he sets a seed in Celebrimbor of, how much do you love me? How much could you forgive? I'm not a good person. Is that okay? And setting this little tiny nugget of truth in there so that Celebrimbor has to make the choice. And it's not an easy one for him either. That he makes a choice. I can't forsake my people. I cannot forsake all of elven kind just because I love you. I can't do that. It's the one thing that you can ask of me that I cannot give. And the forceful ripping of their relationship over that. Show me the depth. Show me the emotional connection. Make me care as an audience member, and then you have done something beyond the bad guy gay. It needs to be done. Is Voldemort queer-coded? The way he holds his wand, that's queer-coding. For goodness sake. But it's queer coding. This doesn't necessarily mean that he is sexual and gay, but it's in the mannerisms. It's in the forced femininity of some of the bad guys. But I think Voldemort is actually a fair example of it doesn't have to be sexual. It's still queer coded. But yeah, Voldemort to me, very ace, very ace. I agree with that. I think Draco's Demi. I made a video about that ages ago when I was still cosplaying Draco. But yeah. One can write a good Sauron/Celebrimbor, but would they actually manage to do that? It depends on the desire. How much do they actually care? How much do the writers actually care about, okay, if this is purely hypothetical, if they made the choice, yes, we are going to make this a relationship, how much do they care to show depth? How much do they care about that representation and existing tropes? Like, how much do they care? And, you know, that's a question I don't like, because I don't think the answer is going to be a good one. I don't think they're going to care enough. And that's me being pessimistic. Probably realistic, but it's still pessimism. I try to be a positive person, but in this case, it's hard to be positive. Because experience, if it's anything like things that I've seen in the past, we will not get what we want out of this. We might get representation, but it's going to be shallow and exploitative. People like numbers. People like numbers. And if they're like, okay, if we're making a calculated risk putting any queer representation in, then we have to make sure that it's enough to satisfy the queer people, but it's not too much to dissatisfy everyone who's not queer. Like, it's all a numbers game, and profit takes a huge priority over everything else. That's just the way these series work. So I would love for them to give the time and effort necessary to flesh out that relationship and make it something that we actually feel the hesitancy, that it feels real, it doesn't feel forced. Because if you aren't willing to give depth to it, it's going to just feel forced. It's going to feel like it was plopped in there and they're not going to do anything with it. Except maybe give us, you know, a gratuitous, meaningless sex scene. Which would be so disappointing. Something just crashed behind me. Are you okay? You guys alright? My cats are fighting. You probably saw him. But yeah, so will they actually take the time? Do they care enough? I can see him back there. I don't know. I don't know. I hope so. I really hope so. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it's important to enough people to make it enough of a priority. It would be so nice, but I don't know how much they're going to prioritize that. Probably not a lot. So, I hope. I really hope. It'd be so nice. Yeah. Like, it feels pessimistic, but that's only because I really wish it wouldn't be true. So, I don't have super high hopes. I will admit that. I don't have super high hopes. But I still hold on to that little tiny nugget of hope. The little bitty one. Little tiny mustard seed, if you will, of hope. One could maybe write in that part of why Sauron didn't return to Valinor was an attraction to Celebrimbor. It would be interesting to set that seed early on. Yeah. But there's something about those Feanorians, man. There's something about those Feanorians. You know Melkor had fun torturing Maedhros. There's something about those Feanorians. He had his fun with Maedhros on Thangorodrim, okay? Like, I don't think this is personal headcanon, but I don't think that Maedhros was out there hanging from his wrist the entire, 2 decades or something that he was out there. I don't think he was hanging on his wrist that entire time. I think that they absolutely would have been like, oh, are you, like, tired? We're gonna bring you in, we're gonna treat you nice for like half a second and try and get our information out of you again. And then when he refuses, he gets tortured and then put out on the wall again. This seems like normal to me. Like, this seems standard MO for bad guys, right? It's a cat and mouse thing. They're gonna play with Maedhros if they got him there. They're gonna try and break him. They're not just gonna be like, well, he's a Feanorian, so he'll never break. No. They'll still try. They tried with Gelmir as well, and he's not a Feanorian, but he's still one of the princes of the Noldor, and boy, did they try to break him and they couldn't. So they used him as a tool to infuriate the Noldor, and that's when you get the Nirnaeth or Nodiad. Or Arnediad, thank you. Yeah, and then they get Gwyndor. They got to torture Gelmir first. Put him to death in front of Gwyndor. They get Gwyndor for 2 decades. Poor Gwyndor. God. Gwyndor is like one of the most tragic elf stories in the Solm. Poor guy. Nothing good happens. Hope we're correct on posters of early hobbits. Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. And I mean, I got into a bit of a comment. I don't want to say war because it's not, but a comment disagreement with a person who is very adamant that they don't want to see hobbits of color. That the Harfoots are darker, canonically, that is true. Harfoots are said to have darker skin, but they interpreted that as just being a farmer's tan. Like, they are tanner than your average hobbit. And so if you take that, and that is what you want to run with, then canonically you think there aren't hobbits of color, and this is going against canon. Tolkien did base the Shire, at the very least, the Shire off of a very specific time period in rural England. Was there a huge amount of diversity in that time period, in that setting? No. That's true. That's true. I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing the importance of that. That's where I get into disagreements with people, because I'm like, there are several other things that I find a higher priority to see kept accurate. Yeah? Hi? My gray is staring at me. Can you see him? It's my dark boy right there. That's him. You're so dark down there, Gray. He's like, attention, attention please. You've been streaming for how long? You've been streaming for 3 hours. I would like some attention, please. That's what my cat is saying. It's totally what my cat is saying. He wants my attention right now.
Gray, give me a minute. I'll wrap it up.
Oh, sweet boy. I was like, I just want some love. I forget what I was talking about. Oh yeah, so priorities. My priorities, things that I want to see strictly adhered to. The color of hobbits does not seem essential to me. But it's because I don't care. I don't care if we sacrifice a little tiny bit of Tolkien realism in order to have inclusion. To me, inclusion is a benefit. It outweighs the con of going against something canonical. So I'm not trying to argue that the Shire canonically should be ethnically diverse, because that's a matter of opinion. All he said is that the Harfoots are darker skinned. How we interpret that is up to us. And so, like, how far do you take that? The interpretation, either way, is a valid interpretation here. And so I try not to get down on people about having that interpretation. What I get down on people about is prioritizing that over possible inclusion for a marginalized community that could really use some representation in this specific fandom. That's where the disagreement comes from. And that's okay. We can feel free to disagree on this. Like, I'm not going to be a complete asshole about it, but I feel like the priorities are skewed here. And so that's where I'm coming from. And it's not me saying you are a terrible person, because that's not necessarily racially motivated. It's that, my interpretation is that these are not people of color, and I'd like to stick as close to canon as possible. That's okay. That is okay. But I want people to be honest with themselves as well. I want people to be honest with themselves. Why is it important to me? Why is this the line in the sand? Why is this the thing that I want strictly adhered to. Because there are usually other elements at play in that mindset, and it's usually a, no, this is white, and therefore, I'd like to keep it that way, please. And that comes from a more defensive place. It's not just a please stick to canon. Because I'm fine with please stick to canon, that's a valid argument, I get that. I have a different interpretation of what canon means, but the argument itself is not harmful. But the insistence upon that, the prioritizing of that over, but we could include people that are ethnic, isn't that a good thing? That's where things start to get a little bit more murky. Isn't Hobbit in the Shire very big? It's a sizable chunk. It's not super big. Eregion is huge. Eregion is a big expanse. Because we're talking, Eregion is everything from Rivendell all the way down to the Gap of Rohan. If we're looking at the Third Age Lord of the Rings map. That whole thing, Krebai from Dublin, the entire area that's labeled Hollin on the map, that is all Eregion. All the way going out to the Grey Havens, that whole area is Eregion. It's practically a continent. But the Shire is a small portion of Eregion. But, and I don't remember where I read this, and I know that other creators have said it recently, so I'm taking their word for it. Nubeta and Dawn have both said that hobbits didn't start there. They didn't just pop out of the ground there. The hobbits awoke more eastern, and they traversed their way into the Shire. So they aren't native to the Shire. So some people were like, well, why would we cast someone indigenous in a place where the hobbits aren't even technically indigenous there? They settled the area, but they aren't technically indigenous. And I'm like, you're splitting hairs. You're splitting hairs. Because who's to say where they are from isn't ethnic or more diverse? At that point, we're just getting into splitting hairs, and it again comes down to, why is this the priority? And people can answer that however they want to, and I usually disengage at that point. The dude bro. Okay, so the video that I made, I'm completely upfront about this. The video that I made and the specific arguments that I sort of gave in the dude bro, I didn't even go super thick with the dude bro. I kept it relatively mild. But doing a dude bro, having his arguments, these are some of them literally word for word. The arguments that I heard on a video that was recommended in the margins of my video. The one that I posted with all of the things about the posters. I posted that up onto YouTube, and immediately the next thing that was suggested was this vitriolic piece of crap that was hugely disdainful toward queer people. But also was just incredibly cynical. There are plenty of reasons to not have high hopes for this TV show, and a lot of them are valid. Things with the studio, things with not liking Jeffrey Bezos, and the way that he's like, I want to have my own Game of Thrones, even though we're like, this isn't Game of Thrones. It's not even close. These are two completely different stories, and completely different vibes. You can't Game of Thronesify Lord of the Rings and expect a positive outcome. It's not the same kind of story. There is political intrigue, there is perhaps gore and sex and all of these themes, but they are far more prominent in George R.R. Martin's work. They're far more prominent in his work than they are in Tolkien. So forcibly Game of Thronesifying The Lord of the Rings and Tolkien in general will probably not go over well. Will it happen? Remains to be seen. We shall see. I hope it doesn't. If it does, I will be vocal about not approving. But beyond that, like, they were just like, oh no, like, woke culture and word for word, the not wanting to see women doesn't make you sexist, and not wanting to see forced inclusion doesn't make you racist. Like, this is, the person in the video is, like, trying to reassure his audience that thinking these things isn't bad. Thinking these things just makes you a fan. You're just a fan. And being a fan is okay. And I'm like, I'm not saying you're not a fan. I'm saying you're being an asshole. You can be both. The two are not mutually exclusive. And so it angered me so much. Just the pushing of that narrative, that being a purist to the point of it being an active push for non-inclusivity, that is what people should, like, strive for, and that's okay. That's where I completely disagree. I completely disagree. I'm willing to give up a little bit of ground on canon in order to have inclusivity, because to me, the motivations and the benefits of inclusivity far outweigh the consequence of taking a tiny little chunk out of canon. Now, if you had asked me this a decade and a half ago, I might have not had that point of view. But back then, I didn't know I was fucking queer. Representation means a lot when you realize nobody like me is in this. And so for the people to be making that decision, the people making that decision should not be the people who are the ones doing the oppressing. The straight white cis dudes should not be the ones making the call on whether the inclusion is necessary or not. Because they're coming from the place of privilege. Let somebody else have a voice, please, is all I'm saying. You don't even need to sacrifice that much lore. Exactly. It's not a huge, abomination of canon. And Tolkien was a relatively good guy. He grew up in a time period that was very unkind to people of color. But, some of his friends were very, in general, not judgmental of the queer community. And some of them may have been, closeted, non-straight people. I'm trying to put this delicately. I don't want to get in trouble, Disclaimer. But with that in mind, if Tolkien were still alive, and this is going pure hypothetical at this point, if Tolkien were still alive, do you think that he would prioritize the whiteness of his hobbits over the benefits of having an inclusive cast? In today's environment. Basically, in today's environment, how much of a racist do you think Tolkien would be? And again, hypothetical, and nobody's answers would be wrong because he's dead. We can't prove it either way. So, I don't know. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. I like to think that an intellectual like Tolkien, and someone who admires language, and someone who spent time in Africa, someone who has friends that are kinky bastards, I like to think that given time and given academic consultation, because Tolkien was way into that, I think that having conversations like Tolkien liked to had, where he was with a group and they were very honest and forthcoming about a wide variety of topics, I feel that it would be unlikely that he would be as much of a racist as a lot of the fandom is. And that's disappointing. But again, hypothetical, Can't prove any of this. He's dead. But because of that, like, people are like, oh, you know, well, we need to keep it to the standards of what it was like when it was originally written. I'm like, no, we don't. Who said that? Who are you trying to impress? Tolkien's dead. Christopher, his son, who put out the Silmarillion, is also now dead, which made me sad when that happened, because he's dedicated his entire life to the preservation of Tolkien's work. Would Tolkien have liked any interpretation of his work? Probably not. Tolkien hated the vast majority of the interpretations of his work, and that's an author's prerogative. It's their choice. Good morning! Good morning at 2 p.m., Zoe. He was an environmentalist who saw what the terrors of war was doing to the earth, absolutely. Especially having served in World War I, and then seeing World War II happen. He would very much understand the atrocities that were going on. And how much pain that brings to people. He was a relatively empathetic guy. And yeah, I do think that he wouldn't be as close-minded as straight white cis guys like to think. Hey Tice, welcome. So I'm just chatting my ass off at this point. We already read our 2 chapters. I'm just shooting the shit. I just get impassioned when it comes to Tolkien, and I don't understand the pushback. Like, and that's the thing, I understand the pushback. I just don't agree with the pushback. I feel like people push way too hard for the wrong reasons. On stuff that ultimately I don't think would matter that much. I don't think it would matter that much. I think Tolkien would be far more disappointed if we... I think he'd be far more disappointed if we put Arwen at Helm's Deep. Or had the elves of Lothlorien at Helm's Deep. I think he'd be pissed. He'd be pissed about that. But having a Hobbit of color? I don't think he would care that much. Because it doesn't have any impact on the plot. That's just aesthetics. I think he would be disappointed at the taking out of Tom Bombadil from basically every interpretation of The Lord of the Rings, even though Tom Bombadil plays no essential role in the plot whatsoever. But I think that would be something that Tolkien would focus on, not, oh, the hobbits were darker skinned than I intended them to be. Like, I don't think that would be his focus. I think of all the things that we could get wrong, that would be forgiven. I think, giving Galadriel a part that isn't hers in some of the events in the Second Age, which will probably happen, I think that would be disliked by Tolkien more. Because in his mind, he'd be like, well, why couldn't you have included these other people that I have named in my fiction? Why did you not include these people who were canonically there? I think he'd be more angry about that, but it wouldn't be because she's a woman. It would be because that's not how I wrote it. So. Tolkien even hated translations, yep. He was the authority in his language, even though he changed his mind half a dozen times, which makes it very difficult to try and translate stuff. We have to just make assumptions. We have to do our best to reconstruct the language that he left behind, because it's not a complete language. But he never made it with the intent of it being publicly consumed. He never intended people to learn enough Elvish to actually be able to speak it with him. That was not the motivation. It was just his pet project. It was something that he loved to do, and, it was his passion project. But it wasn't it wasn't done for anybody else. It was done for him. It was done because he liked it. So it's, yeah, we have to sort of divorce ourselves from what would Tolkien have wanted. Tolkien would not have wanted this thing to exist. Tolkien would not want a TV series, of all things. Especially, you know, when he's used to 1950s, 1960s television. Good God, he would not want there to be a television series based on his work. Not at all. He would absolutely be against that from the get-go. I have faith in that. I have faith in that much. But, you know, he ain't here, and that's why this is going ahead. You know, they negotiated rights from the Tolkien estate, which had to have been difficult, to say the least. That could not have been easy. But they did it. They did it so that they have the rights. They have the rights now, and then come what may. They are going to do what they're going to do. There will be very little that I can do about it. So I choose to not worry so much. I will vocally complain about things that I think are true abominations to the world that Tolkien created. But I'm not going to waste my energy on stuff I don't think is important. And I don't think the color of a hobbit skin is important. That's aesthetics. If the bones of the plot are great, the rest is set dressing. We already see that they've taken a lot of time on design, okay? At least with the costuming and the makeup. And I know we can't judge an entire series based on teaser posters, which are highly curated. But I have more faith that at least it's going to be pretty. And if the bones are terrible, if they do a terrible job with the plot, they will know it. They will know it very quickly. Because if the Tolkien fandom outright rejects the first season, that's bad news for them. Because they had basically a tentative green light for 5 seasons. If they are planning 5 seasons, and they would be at this point, because they would already be writing and setting a shooting schedule for season 2 at this point, while season 1 is being edited. Especially with the pandemic, like, they're already planning for season 2. With that in mind, they don't want this to fail, because failing means they make far less money in the long run for something that was a huge monetary investment up front. They don't want this to fail. And so, like, one hopes that they will stay, at least, if they don't stay true to the actual plot as Tolkien has made it, that they make something original that fits within the world at least, and is still plausible and entertaining and enjoyable. That would be the goal. If they're like, oh man, we don't want to deal with canon, like, can we please just make our original plot that fits within the framework, but has nothing to do with what actually happens in the Second Age, or only peripherally? That's not what I want, but I would be okay with it. If they did a great job, if they tell a great story, and the acting is amazing and the writing is amazing, I won't ultimately be too disappointed. But you're right. You're right, commenter. What's really important is all those shirtless Celebrimbor scenes we need. I mean, Hot Forge stuff, I mean, I'm not gonna turn it down. There are way too many images of you know, Celebrimbor, where he's shirtless, just wearing one of those, like, skimpy little aprons, the skimpy forge aprons. But he's shirtless and grimy and covered in a sheen of sweat, and he's just swinging that hammer, and you like, girl, what? Who is the intended audience here? So, I would not at all be surprised if they sexualize Celebrimbor, even if we don't get a Sauron relationship. They will absolutely be sexualizing him. Oh, and I'm getting the message. Honor the Vala of Water. Hydrate. Yes, sir. Fair and tall, end of description. Cheers. That is exactly what the elves are said. And he didn't mean fair as in light-haired, okay? Celegorm the Fair came from parents that were redheaded, canonically redheaded, and canonically raven-haired. They would not produce a blonde child. Tolkien knows better than that. Sheer observation of the human race would tell him that's not normal. So fair does not mean light-skinned necessarily, and it does not mean light-haired necessarily. So, you know, knowing that he uses the word fair a different way, we can make the assumption that tall and fair just means tall and gorgeous. Okay? Tall and handsome. The dark is optional. They're just tall and handsome. It was Peter Jackson's choice to go with the very effeminate look, which I love because I'm non-binary and I'm like, these androgynous beings are freaking gorgeous and I want to be one, please, thank you. But honestly, I think we would be having a slightly easier time with the whole toxic masculinity bullshit of, oh my god, they're gonna make all the elves queer because they're already effeminate and that equals gay. Like, it's playing into stereotypes again with dude bros, and I'm just like, if we had more of an array of elvish appearance, which I would have approved of, we wouldn't be in quite so much trouble. Show some elves with short hair. You know? Vary it up a little bit. Make it interesting. Like, example to me. If anybody has watched The Dragon Prince, fantastic cartoon, by the way, and yay inclusion. The elves in The Dragon Prince, not all of them are long-haired. Some of them are, but others aren't. And they all have various different hairstyles and, like, different styles for different sects of the various elvish races in that world. That was well done. And you get some of the androgyny without pushing it too hard. Without saying all of the elves must look this way. I do think PJ went a little too hard. I love the androgyny and I love saying that elves are non-binary by default at this point. But it does make it harder for public consumption, because everyone's like, oh, well, if anyone's gonna be queer, it's gonna be the elves, right? I'm like, no. Let's make some burly guy. I want some burly, like, guy who looks like Thor. And I don't mean movie Thor, I mean like the video game Thor that made people angry. The guy who's big and he's chonky. Make a big bear of a guy. The gay guy. Just to fuck with people. Just to put, you know, some punctuation on the fact that not all gay people look and act the same, and not all of them are flamers. Okay? I love my little flames. And I want their light to shine. But people who are more burly and more masculine and are still queer? Hell yes. I want to see that too. Yeah, the double standard being sexualizing male characters, yeah. Yes, Zoe, I completely agree. Sorry, I'm going backwards in the comments. Whoops. The very people who say that we disregard canon for inclusion use the mode of baloney land in their videos. I know! The mode of baloney land. It's not even correct Elvish. So bad. It's like, I know what you were going for, but you kind of sucked at it. I love The Dragon Prince, yes. The Dragon Prince is amazing. Why would you want to add in completely pointless factors into an already amazing mythology? it's one of those things. It's completely subjective. Because in my head, you're adding in things that are kind of pointless. You know, they don't add anything to the plot. They don't add anything to the plot. I can admit that. It doesn't add anything. But why would we want to include these things? To me, subjectively, the inclusion makes it better. And that's where people will disagree. They're like, oh, inclusion doesn't make it better, it just makes it political. That's a very privileged thing to say, but but if that's their argument, that's their argument. I'm not going to be able to change their mind. But it's the subjective view of, will that make it better? Or will it make it trash? And that's a completely subjective thing. For anybody who's part of the marginalized community, in general, it will make it better. Now, if you fall into too many tropes, it ends up just perpetuating harmful stereotypes, and then it's negative. But when we see that, oh, looks like there's going to be some inclusion, that could be good. Like, we tend to be hopeful. We tend to have a positive outlook on that. That in general, it's good. It's good for people to try. It's bad when writers fail. When writers fail to make things diverse in a way that is not harmful to the actual communities. So. The method mode? Good lord. But yeah, so it would be the same thing as making Ron Weasley black in Harry Potter. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Now, making the Doctor female in Doctor Who. Why does it make people angry? For some people, it is just, that's not canon? Question mark? There was enough space left in canon to make it a thing. But people don't like it because they don't like change. And because the change, they feel, undermines their own representation. It feels like part of the pie has been given to somebody else, and when you are used to eating an entire pie, having a slice taken away from you feels like an injustice. Like, hey dude, that's my pie. But that's not how this should be. If that piece of pie is going to someone who's fucking starving, your indignance feels like a slap in the face. Like, get over it. It's not about you anymore. It's about the person who's starving getting something they deserve. Do I think that Ron Weasley would ever have been turned black in the Harry Potter series? Absolutely not. Because canonically he is very, very much a ginger kid. And ginger black people are pretty hard to find. Just saying. But is it too far of a stretch to make Hermione non-white? I don't think so, because most of her descriptors don't have to do with her skin tone. It has to do with her curly, usually frizzy hair, her buck teeth. Like, there are descriptors for Hermione that are not very flattering, but they aren't necessarily white, specifically. So I think there's wiggle room there to have inclusion if people chose to do that. But if someone came to me and said, we're making Galadriel black, I'd be like, because Galadriel's very name points out her golden hair. Now, if we were going full-blown, like, it doesn't have to look realistic, she's an elf, could she have darker skin and still have golden hair? Yes. I would be weirded out by that, but the important thing would be that the golden hair remained. The skin tone was never really, like, put out there. Versus, we just talked about Maeglin today. Like, you know, we read about Maeglin in the Silmarillion today, and it canonically states up front he has pitch black hair like his father. And his skin is white. Tolkien says the word white. And he has reason to, because this kid was raised with no sunlight. It makes sense. So if we were trying to push for Aeol the Dark as a black man, would he have a kid that is completely white? Canonically, probably not. So it's using places where there's wiggle room to have inclusion. It's not forcing inclusion where there is no wiggle room. Because Maeglin, dark hair, white skin, period. That is canon. There's not much wiggle room in there. Now, could we have someone who looked more Asian be Maeglin? As long as they are pale-skinned and have black hair, I don't care. Because that's still true to canon. So saying, well, it has to be a white person, it can't be an Asian person, that's splitting hairs to me. Pale skin, dark hair. If that gives us an excuse to include someone Asian, great. Yeah, Aeol the Dark. It'd be easier to make Hermione of color. Yeah, I think it would be. It'd be easier. Even doing that would come with its own problems, though, because she's canonically not attractive. You know, and making her black and then having her deal with all of the mudblood stuff, like, that'd be hitting it really hard on the head. That'd be hitting the nail on the head really hard for the parallels between, you know, white nationalists and racists versus people who are mixed, right? So that would run into its own set of problems. Adam Driver or Tom Hiddleston for Maeglin, both of them could pull it off. There are also plenty of Asian guys who could really pull it off, if we wanted to go there. As long as they're super pale skinned and they got dark hair, it's a fair argument. So what I'm talking about is working in inclusion where there's room to do so. And if it means making a slight tweak to something that's not major, like, we're talking, at least with the posters, where all this controversy is coming from. We were talking about a poster of potentially a hobbit having dark skin. He's unnamed, and there are no hobbits mentioned in the Second Age. So if it is a hobbit, and this is what people would normally perceive as being a white culture, right? That Hobbiton is that, based on what it was based on in Tolkien's writing. If that's what we're going with, doesn't matter. Because we're talking about an original character. So it's not even a named character in canon. So how important is it actually? We're not going against canon of a specific character. We're going against a general canon as you interpret it. Which again is up to how you interpret Harfoot's being of darker skin. Is it a tan? Does it mean darker skinned as in, you know, they got melanin? We don't know. It's up for interpretation. So how much does it actually matter? Is there wiggle room there? I feel there is. Someone could argue not so much. But to me, there's wiggle room there, and that's why I don't mind the inclusion. There's almost always wiggle room for characters to be not straight. Because, especially in Tolkien's work, he doesn't talk about sex. He talks about whether or not people got married. But that's it. And I mean, he did write from a very heteronormative perspective, and that's fine. But when you're talking about a race that is so long-lived and so many generations over the course of 10,000 years, the procreation is more of the focus, because we're not really focusing on characters, we're focusing on the perpetuation of the race. Which means sex for procreation. Which means, in his mind at least, marriage. So we only get notes on marriage, but there are no notes on, did people have fun before marriage? Did every elf just stay celibate until they got married? In which case, that would be a straight-only society. But Tolkien never said that. He does say that they made it a priority to procreate, but that doesn't mean that hanky-panky with elves of the same sex/gender was not happening. And I think that would be kind of naive of him to say that it would never happen. So we hear about marriages. At the very least, it means that those characters that got married are bi, right? They at least like people that are opposite sex of them, right? But it doesn't say specifically canonically whether or not they had feelings for other people too. They could all be pan and just happen to have ended up married with someone who's opposite sex of them. There's wiggle room. So if they wanted to depict Elrond as being bi/pan, they absolutely could. He's not an elf that people necessarily would gravitate toward being that way, because we know he got married and had 3 kids. And we know he loved being a father and loved fostering Aragorn and the previous kings because they were kin. You know, he's a good guy. Could he have had some dick? He could have. It wasn't canonically there, but it wasn't canonically not there. So again, wiggle room. There's wiggle room. That's all I'm saying, is there's wiggle room. And I approve of wiggle room being exploited in order to have some inclusion. That's my POV. Okay, hear me out on this one. I think Tolkien touched on the subject when Arwen chose to give up her immortality to be with a human. AKA the other race, AKA metaphor. And that's again, an interpretation, and that's up for debate. That was Tolkien viewing the crossover between elves and men as being rare, but not looked down upon. As a metaphor for racial mixing, or even a metaphor for sexuality. This is why when general dude bros, fanon dude bros, are just like, that's not how it's written. It's like, it's not how it's written for you as you read it. But for me, as I read it, I read something different. I read something that resonated with part of me that you don't connect on. And that's okay, but that's why we use the postmodernist view of art is made by those who art is made by those who consume it, not those who create it originally. The art is made by us viewing, internalizing, taking our own point of view and our own life experiences and giving meaning to the words that the creator wrote. Is it touching? What makes a book touching? What makes a book touching? What makes it evocative? It taps something in us that triggers a visceral response, right? Can we agree? I'm looking at all the cameras, I'm like, can we agree here? It triggers something in our experience as a human being, right? That's what makes a work evocative. Writers try to do this on purpose, but sometimes it happens when they didn't intend it to. But that's what makes it art. Something growing larger, growing beyond the artist's original intentions. That is what makes it art. If you look at an abstract painting, and trust me, some shit gets really abstract. Some shit is literally shit smeared on a canvas. It is abstract. Is it just a line on a canvas? What does that line represent? What does that line mean to you as a person who is viewing the art? For some people who don't like abstract artwork are gonna be like, why the hell is that selling for 10 grand? It's literally like 2 brush strokes. An Enzo ring. It's just a circle. What does it mean? How is that valid? You don't connect with that work. That's It's okay. But then you see some people who see that thing that you're like, what? Like, there's nothing there. There's nothing there to you, but you see someone crying over the same piece of artwork because it means something to them, because it sparks something from their experience, from their heart, that it didn't spark for you. But that's how art is created. It's created by viewing something from multiple perspectives and coming away with something personal from it. Precisely, especially based on Elrond's reaction. The movie and everyone's head as they read it is always different. Yeah. The interpretations of stuff and what we take away from something is going to be completely individualistic. So that's why when the dude bros that I'm talking about are like, dude, there's no room for queerness here. It's because they're not queer. They're not looking for places for those people to identify because they don't identify that way. It's like, I understand the psychology. I understand why you don't get it. But that's why you have to try to look at something outside your own perspective. I struggle with this because I'm a white person. And struggle is a really bad term for it because it's just it's a constant endeavor. I try to look outside myself because it's not about me. But I think that's where the difference in personality comes in. Because for dude bros, they're like, there's no room for queerness here. It wasn't written that way. Screw you. It's not about you, it's about me. This is my story. People like to take ownership of things, but art doesn't belong to one community, it belongs to everyone. It might mean something different to a different community, though. And that's why them saying this is ours, you look at the queer community, we're like, no, bro, this is ours. This is ours too. We're not saying it's not yours, we're just saying it's ours too. We're saying that the way that Frodo and Sam embrace and kiss each other and hold each other's hands as they go through the most horrific experiences of their lives touches something in us because we are queer. It won't touch that in you because you ain't queer. But having respect for someone else's interpretation and someone else's connection is something that we should all strive for. We should all be respectful toward other people feeling something that maybe we didn't perceive there. And that's why things become really personal really quickly when it comes to fantasy and genre, as a genre. Sorry, let me catch up with comments again. I really need to call this stream to a close. We're already past 4 hours at this point. Because he doesn't speak on it, I think that most definitely leaves room for it. That's my general feel as well. Elrond hooked up with Aragorn's father, now it's your headcanon. I don't think so. I mean, Arwen could have. I mean, Elrond could have as well, but... I mean, Arwen, it's canonical that she married her, like, gazillionth time removed cousin, right? So why was it Aragorn and not Arathorn? Could Arwen have had a fling with Aragorn's dad? Absolutely she could have. Poor Aragorn, though, is emotional damage. Like, realizing that your wife banged 3 others in your immediate descending line over the course of the last 1,000 years. But Tolkien didn't say anything about it. All he mentions is that he ends up with Arwen and they get married. That's all we know. Anything beyond that, it's up for interpretation, and we could have a lot of fun messing with that shit. Antibio, hello, Antibios Necro? Am I saying that right? Hi. Hi, you. Me and my wife had a discussion if elf females can choose when to get pregnant. We decided we think so because it takes so much of their creating power, so they thereby do it by choice. And most just had a few children. What's my thought? Tolkien actually wrote about this. Okay, I'll try and condense it. Children had to be made with intent. This is because creating a child is not just a physical endeavor. For elves, it is also a spiritual endeavor. Elves have a hroa, which is their body, their physical body, and their fea, which is their spiritual self. He tries to be really clear on this, that elves are linked like that. And so when you create a new elf, through having sex, right? The sex is the physical part. You know, the genetics, sure. Like, we understand how basic biology works. And then past that, the elves have to combine their spirits, willfully combine their spirits. That is something that takes willpower. It doesn't just happen. But they have to combine their spirits and share that energy with that new physical form. Otherwise, it's not a baby, right? It's a shell. So both of these things have to happen at the same time in order for a new elf child to be conceived and then born. Which means if a woman is unwilling, on the occasion, he doesn't really talk about this much, but if an elf gets raped, could a child come from that? Not if she didn't want one. Period. End of discussion. So if Celegorm and Cúrfin had gotten a hold of Luthien and forced her to become Cúrfin's wife, or Celegorm's wife. I think it was Cúrfin who wanted her. Either way, both of them are rotten people. But they planned on abducting Luthien and forcing her to marry one of them. Even if they had done that, they never would have gotten a kid out of her. If she didn't want one, they were never going to get one. Which is why the whole thing sounds stupid. Which is why I'm like, Cúrfin and Celegorm are dumbasses, okay? What's the end game here, exactly? It's really just, I want the power, I want to possess Luthien like she is an object. And that's why they are rotten characters. And he never paints Celegorm and Cúrfin in a positive light. Never. Not once. These are rotten people. But this is an example. Just that if she didn't want to have a kid by Cúrfin, it never would have happened. And that's why the situation with Arvel and Eöl becomes so complicated, because she even if she didn't love Eöl overmuch, though it seemed like for a while she did, she was enamored with him, but he was also using enchantments on her to keep her there, which is not good. So if she was in her right mind, which we have to assume she was, and she stayed there willingly, at least for a period of time, right? Before she was like, I'm really missing my family. I'm really missing seeing the sunlight. You know, she gets to that point, and that's when she rebels and goes off with Maeglin. But assuming that she is within her right mind, that she is not just being roofied the entire time, she makes the decision to have Maeglin. Regardless of how she feels about Eöl, she willfully, number one, has sex, and number two, joins her spirit with Eöl's in order to create Maeglin. So, Maeglin is not a product of rape. Unless she wasn't in her right mind and somehow still made the decision to have a kid. Which, again, this is not stated. Can someone be forced to have a kid if they're not in their right mind and they're under an enchantment of some sort? We don't know. We don't know. Maybe she had a thing for bad boys for a short period of time. It's likely. Arvel was kind of tempestuous like that. Obviously. Like, she didn't like being chained in. She's gonna do what she wants. brother told me to go over to our other brothers. I don't wanna. So I'm just gonna, he wants me to go north, I'm gonna go south. What you gonna do about it, bro? She's that kind of personality, so if she was like, I kind of like this dude. Like, he's probably terrible for me, but he's still kind of hot, and I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Like, smash or pass? She's like, smash. And she's like, ooh, I'm kind of stuck here now. Maybe smash and grab? Like, let's make a kid. Sure, it'll fix everything. Terrible motivation for having a child, but elves are free to make that mistake too. They just have to make it willfully. So, yes, elves have to put forethought into it. They have to want the kid or else it won't happen. Because it's not just a physical thing, it is a spiritual thing as well. And Tolkien's really clear on that in other texts. In his notes, he's very clear on that. Boop boop. What's happening? I probably have text messages from family that I'm completely ignoring. Does that work on the flip side? If he doesn't want one... Yeah, exactly. No, that's valid. That's valid. Completely true. If the female elf really wanted to have a kid, would she be able to coerce it from a guy without his permission? No. Just having sex wouldn't do it. You could chain a guy down and, traumatize the hell out of him, forcing him to do something he doesn't want to do, but you would not be able to force a child from him. You would not be able to, because again, it's not just the physical thing. It has to be spiritually committed to as well. So while there is a gray area of consent when it comes to the physical act of reproducing, because the physical act can be forced, the spiritual act cannot be forced. So that's where the disconnect happens. This is just the elves. He doesn't say anything about mortal men having this caveat. But for elves, it's very much a part of how he put them together. This is also because it plays into, life, death, rebirth, etc. are different for elves than they are for men, also canonically. So this way that he constructed them having a Roa and a Fea, a body and a spirit, meshed, this is why when elves die, their Roas die, right? Boom, dead. Is dead. Is put in ground, is dead. Their spirits don't just disappear. Their spirits are tied to the existence of the earth itself. So as long as Arda exists, the elven spirits still exist. So even though their Roa dies, their Fea is what goes to the Halls of Mandos in Valinor. And that's why the Halls of Mandos exist, because there has to be a place for these disembodied spirits to go. And that's what Namo does. Mandos. Namo. Same guy. That's why the Halls of Mandos exist. Those spirits are then cared for and helped through whatever trauma they went through. And they are eventually rehoused into new bodies. These new bodies come from elves that reproduce in Valinor. So again, this is canon. This is what Tolkien intended. So there is a difference between elves and humans because we don't know what happens to humans when we die. We don't know. And Tolkien does not explain it. He leaves it mysterious, but he calls it the gift of men. That it's supposed to be Iluvatar's gift, that we burn brightly, but we burn shortly. And because of that, it gives us a completely different mindset, a completely different motivation. And that is the difference between the firstborn and secondborn children of Iluvatar. So he tries to explain some of this. Oh yeah, Aruthel as the teen goth chick, absolutely. Absolutely. And yes, there is a segment of I forget what book that was in. I would have to look it up. I'm sure I could find it. But there is a note that if one were to force a female elf at least to have sex, if one were to force that, it would be so traumatic to the spirit that the spirit would flee the body. And this is why it's sort of assumed that when Celebrian, when Celebrian, I said that wrong, when Celebrian, which is Elrond's wife, mother of Arwen, Elladan and Elro here, when Celebrian is taken by the orcs, she's attacked and she is traumatized to the point that she almost just wants to die. That's why it is assumed that the orcs tried to rape her, or succeeded. They very well probably did. And that is so spiritually traumatizing that an elf can choose to let go of their body entirely, knowing that their spirit will go to the halls of Mandos. If it is that traumatizing, they can do that. Now she, Celebrian, doesn't want to flee her body because she has family and she doesn't want to abandon them. And so she tries. She tries to continue. She tries to let Elrond heal her, which is much more spiritual than physical. But she's still so traumatized that there's no light in life for her anymore. And so she chooses to go to the Undying Lands, knowing that she will have a better chance of healing over time in paradise than she would having to still exist in the space where she was violated. And so in a way, Tolkien's actually very progressive here. You know, acknowledging the trauma that is caused by rape, and sort of inadvertently saying, I understand this is so bad that you might not come back from it. And that continuing on is hard. And at least in this race, you don't have to, is what Tolkien said as a creator. You don't have to stay here. You can go over to paradise. You have that option as an elf to do that. And that's probably the best choice you can make. Unfortunately, us humans, we don't get that choice. we don't get that choice, which sucks. We just have to deal with the trauma. Are they reborn into the same image of the old body? Originally, no. Originally, they are given a body that we presume resembles the two parents, right, of this new elf in Aman. And it begs the question, okay, so we know that elves have to make the decision to join their spirits in order to produce a kid. For the elves in Aman, do they make the willful choice of only combining their bodies and allowing a spirit to be reborn? Do they know that they are letting a spirit from Mandos be reborn into their child? Is that something they have to choose? Or are they still combining their spirits and they make a kid, but then it's a two-spirited kid? I don't know. We don't know. Tolkien didn't talk about that. We do know that Glorfindel gets reborn very quickly. He's one of the lords of Gondolin. He dies heroically. He comes back and immediately goes back to Middle-earth to serve the same family. Class act, that guy. But originally, their bodies are created by a new set of elves. So they won't physically resemble their original selves at first. And the reason I say at first is because later on, when they reach a certain age, they regain their memories of their previous life. When that happens, there's a note that says that they start to resemble their old selves again. The mechanics of this are shrouded in mystery. We don't really know. We don't know. One would like to think that, okay, we've got a lot of elves now. Like, we do still have Noldor, Teleri, and Vanyar, right? We still have all of those elves living in Valinor. And so one would think that Mandos would put some forethought into which spirit goes into which body with which couples. Like he would at least try to make it less traumatizing for the kid. But we don't know. We don't know for sure. Yeah, yeah, and that's one thing that my partner and I played a lot with in our fanfiction, because we like to set things in Valinor after the fact. All of, several elves that we really enjoyed that we know die in canon. Gwyndor, one of my favorites, for example. Super traumatized. Super traumatized. He was tortured for years, he lost his hand when he got out of Angband. The whole thing with Turin happens, the woman that he loved back in Nargothrond ends up marrying the guy he brings back, like... He watches his brother get, his limbs torn off and then beheaded right in front of him in battle. This poor elf went through so much. And so I saw this and I'm like, this poor guy deserves a happy ending. I want so badly for Gwyndor to have a happy ending. And so knowing that he eventually gets reborn in Aman, we played with that. We played with the growing up and not knowing that that's your past. And even being an elf in Aman and looking at the tapestries of Vaire, or learning what's going on in Middle-earth, and you're like, my parents told me I'm a reborn spirit, but I don't know which one is me. Was I just a simple farmer, or was I that guy? And just how that would mess with you. But then you eventually reach that age where your memories come back, and how traumatizing that would be. Of just, now I remember everything. That loss of innocence is really tough. Yeah. Which part did he eventually abandon? Please specify. Gilween. Meow. No, you were a simple farmer, mate. It's fine. We had a chat with Mandos before we let you be reborn into this kid. It's fine. Sorry, guys. Someone literally asking me for my age in chat? Bitch, what? Take a wild guess. I guarantee you're gonna be wrong. Am I being called mommy in chat? Is this happening? Is this real life? I mean, good for you, but what? I'm queer, I'm not interested, I'm also asexual. Bye! I'm not here for your entertainment. I mean, I am, but not that kind of entertainment. Oh boy. Maybe their old selves as in their personality and who they were. Yeah, at least the personality remains. But they're also growing up with brand new memories because they're growing up as a kid in Valinor. That's completely different. So, yeah, knowing different elves, you basically have memories of two childhoods at that point, which is interesting. I find that interesting. But yeah, so we like to mess with that in our fanfiction. Just even though we didn't publish the vast majority of what we wrote, we would mess with it amongst ourselves and look at how it would traumatize, these poor young elves, or how they might get over that and learn to accept things as they are, or, would there be rules for an elf that's already been reborn, or one that comes over later on the ships? Would there be rules for them not interacting with kids that are going to house the spirits of people they knew? Would there be rules of you're not allowed to contact this person and befriend this person until after they get their memories back? Or could you make new memories with someone and then they realize they knew you? And what would that mean? It's so much fun. So much fun to play around with. Hey, thank you for the rose, Ezra. I appreciate that. Oh, okay. Later on, Tolkien changed his mind, and elves are no longer born into new families, but they're released with new versions of their old bodies from Mandos after the revision. Okay. Like in the average fanfic. Yeah, and we played with that concept too. The first time I ever wrote Gwyndor, it was him being released from Mandos with, a version of his old body. Except, he's no longer heavily aged and handless, and missing a limb. So being, reborn into a body that resembles his old one before all of the trauma happened. And then Thranduil falls for him. Gwyndor and Thranduil is my OTP ship. I will never abandon ship. They're my favorites. I will never let them go. That was the first thing, it was the first Lord of the Rings character I ever RP'd. Because I was not really into writing fanfiction. I read a lot of it, but I never wrote it. The first time that I wrote something with my partner, just for fun, it was Gwyndor and Thranduil. It was the first thing we ever wrote together. And not to get anyone emotional, but it was also the last thing we ever wrote together. When she passed suddenly in her sleep, we were in the middle of writing those same two characters. So they're special to me, and I will never abandon that ship, damn it. Because I miss her. And there was something so lovely about the way she played Thranduil. She hated Lee Pace. Well, she didn't hate Lee Pace. She hated the writing of the Hobbit movies. I'll put it that way. I honestly think Lee Pace would have grown on her a bit, but the writing was so subpar for Thranduil in the Hobbit trilogy that just it ruined the experience for us. But she loved Thranduil. Thranduil was her favorite character. And we played with him a lot. Some poor elven woman giving birth to Feanor. I know, good God. When Sandra and I would write it, we always wrote Feanor's spirit being released in a body like the revised version. Because so much was put into his spirit that forcing that into a female elf and having him be carried and birthed again and dealing with him as a kid would be such a nightmare that we put him in a grown elf body and had him go through a very interesting, disorienting bit of madness before his memories come back. And then him being the same old haughty asshole he always was, and Mandos being like, somebody's got to teach him the lessons that I was not able to teach him when he was in Mandos, please and thank you. So we gave him over to certain characters, and they use a firm hand, if you know what I mean. Oh, hi! Hi, a sticker for trying. Get a gold star. Hey! Oh, thank you so much! Someone on TikTok saying that they like my breakdown of the pictures in Dawn's livestream. Thank you. It's what I do. I'm just a huge geek. That's all. I think I know more about elves than Dawn does, and Nubeta knows more about dwarves than Dawn does. Not to say Dawn doesn't know his shit, he does. But we've specialized our knowledge. It's a lot of fun. Gosh, I love my friends on Tolkien Talk. I love those guys so much. I'm like the token queer, but I'm okay with that. I mean, at least Kavadika's not straight. I love Kavadika. I believe she identifies as female, so I'll use she, her pronouns. If I'm wrong, someone correct me and I will happily change it. But yeah, love Kavadika too. And she's some semblance of not straight. I know she's bi pan something. It's nice not being the only one. But yeah, okay, this is winding down. There are no further questions to my knowledge. Don't start with me. Don't do it. I need to call the stream to an end. We're at 4.5 hours now, so long stream today, but we did get 2 more chapters done in the Silmarillion. I will start doing these streams regularly again, so we will be doing Silmarillion Saturdays until we finish this darn book. We're over a third of the way through. You can see. That's where we're at, and this is the beginning, that's the end. So beginning, end, we're there. Not quite halfway, but we're getting close. In fact, let's look. 17's kind of a long chapter. 18, also a long chapter. Not sure if we'll do 2 chapters next week or just 1. We'll see how good progress I make. I think doing 2 would be nice, because that would be of the coming of men into the west, and of the ruin of Beleriand and the fall of Fingolfin. So that's some pretty heavy stuff. Ooh, the fall of Fingolfin is epic. But then after that, chapter 19 is of Beren and Luthien, and that's a whole thing on its own. So we'll try to do chapter 17 and 18 next week. That'll be the goal. And before we say goodbye, I do have 2 more illustrations for my people over on YouTube and Twitch. Sorry guys, on TikTok you won't be able to see it. Link in bio if you want to jump over to another platform, please do. But we're gonna switch the scene, and I'm gonna show you these really pretty illustrations before we go. Oh, it's frozen. Whoops. Let me fix it. Oh, it's because it's not charging. Okay. Well, the camera's down. The system is down. I'll just hold it up to the camera then for you guys. It'll be better than nothing. Okay. So we did have 2 illustrations that I didn't get to. Let me go back to my other scene. So the first one we have is Aradhel being welcomed into Nana Elmoth by Eol. So this isn't quite as good of a picture as you would get. Yeah, the lighting is really messing with it, so sorry guys, but you get the basic gist. I will show them next week, so you can see all the details. But that's Aradhel being welcomed into Nana Elmoth. Ooh, it looks way better on TikTok. Whoopsie. Oh well. And there was a second illustration that was Maeglin being silent. I mean, it's accurate. You can see he's very displeased in this picture. While his father is literally being dragged over the edge of the cliffside to die. Cheerful! Cheerful image! So, bringing it in. Sorry you guys can't see the details super well, but Maeglin's kind of like... What an expression on that kid's face. There we go. Trying to get the whole thing in frame. I'm not very good at this. Yeah, so... For people on TikTok... It's a lot of drama. So... That would be Eol getting tossed. Toss me. You'll have to toss me. And they did. The end. And it looks like the pale-haired character there is supposed to be Turgon, which is an interesting choice. I would not have pegged him as being a blonde character, but, you know, artist's interpretation of canon, right? I don't think we get a proper look at Turgon's mother. We know she's Noldorian, and we know that most Noldor are not blonde. Most Noldor are not blonde. Is there a chance that Turgon could be blonde? Yes. I don't think it's canonically stated if he is dark-haired. Arvel is dark-haired, but I don't think it mentions if Turgon is. Genetically, I think he should be, but I'm okay with this interpretation. Again, it doesn't mean it's set dressing. I don't care that much. But yeah, so next week we'll be doing Of the Coming of Men into the West, and Of the Ruin of Beleriand and the Fall of Fingolfin. So that'll be next week. Join me next time. Same bat time, same bat channel. Thank you guys for joining me. I'm gonna head out. I will try and do another live stream some other day of the week. If I don't see you until Saturday, we'll hit Silmarillion Saturday again. But hoping to do some ASMR or at least a calligraphy stream. I feel like I haven't practiced my Elvish calligraphy in too long, so it would be good to have a practice session. Won't be as long of a stream as this one. Everybody, please take care. I appreciate you being here with me while I read through the Silmarillion, and I will endeavor over the next week to at least get a couple of the past streams of my Silmarillion reading up on YouTube as well. I'm gonna work on that. So everybody, please take care. I will see you guys next time. Thanks, guys.
Hello and goodbye.
Bye, guys.